Hi, everyone. I'm really glad to see you here all today. A very, very warm welcome to day 2 of the growth stage. And I'm Elvira Zaltan. I'm really happy to be your host today for this evening, where I will be trying to guide you through the groundbreaking ideas we will hear today, conversations, and also inspiring stories from women that are shaping the future of technology. But beyond the tools and technologies, this evening is about something more powerful. It is also about representation, ambition, and also vision. Women in deep tech are not just breaking into rooms where decisions are made, they are building new ones entirely. And today is a celebration of those women who dare to innovate in fields where risk is high, where the timelines are more longer, but the impact is massive. We're going to listen, but we are also going to be interactive a bit today. So just a heads up, there will be also Slido and some ways we can interact both with speakers, measure the temperature in the room, and also answer and participate in some polls. So heads up for the evening, you might need your phones, so keep them close to you. But without further ado, we are starting strong with 2 women that are not only leaders in tech world, but are also community builders who have created space for others to thrive. Whether it's founding companies, launching programs, or pushing for systemic change, these women have been doing the work before deep tech even was a buzzword. So let's welcome on this stage Anna Andersson, CEO and chair of the board at Riga TechGirls, co-founder and CEO at Start School, and Alisa Gorenko, co-creator at Riga TechGirls, head of startup programs, as they dive into how women are driving deep tech innovation forward.
Is this on? Yeah. Thank you, Elvira. So wonderful to be here today.
Very exciting.
Yeah, thank you, Alice. And thank you, Leah, Latvia Investment Development Agency, for organizing this whole deep tech event and having a special place for women in deep tech on the growth stage. Do you want to say a couple of words and then we go into the presentation?
I want to say thank you all for coming and being here today, and very excited to hear the stories of amazing ladies and gentlemen as well. Yeah, very exciting for the next 4 hours spent together. But without further ado, let's open the stage.
Yeah, let's start. I'll take the clicker. Okay. All right, so does everyone in the room know who Riga TechGirls are? Put up your hands if you know who Riga TechGirls are.
Good.
Most of the people, but not completely everyone. So I'll just say a couple of words about that. So Riga TechGirls is a community. We kicked off back in 2015. So this year we will be celebrating 10 years since we are operating. And this is our 10th year. We are a community that empowers and inspires women, but not just women. So in essence, we want to have more people building tech here in Latvia and internationally, more people who know digital skills and can use them in their daily lives, and all of that for a better future for all of us. And if we look at why Riga TechGirls is an organization that exists and maybe is necessary in our society, it's because in tech and also in deep tech and also in startups, women are still a minority. So if we look at the startup ecosystem, then in Latvia we have about 26% of startups owned by women. Which is a good number because internationally this number is about 20%. So these are the percentage of startups that have at least one woman founder or that are owned by women. And why we want to do what we are doing is we want to provide equal opportunities for everyone to see those women who are building deep tech and other startups and to go into startups themselves. So with Riga TechGirls, we've been operating, as I mentioned, almost 10 years now, and the result or our experience can be summed up in these three numbers. So we've had different education programs online, and in those education programs we've had more than 50,000 participants from Latvia and worldwide. We are doing professional training for women, mostly to transfer into jobs in tech. So this professional training we have provided for more than 2,500 women who have then either decided to change their job or maybe build their own companies later. And with our startup programs, we've supported more than 600 teams. So these are kind of the three main things that we are working on at Riga TechGirls over the years. Last year was a pretty busy one, so we can say we have summed it up in some numbers, and we estimated that the people in our education programs have learned more than 737 hours altogether. We've had in all of the programs combined in the last year more than 11,000 participants, and the total number of sessions that we created last year was 320, so almost a session a day. Last year our programs reached about 95 countries all over the world. People joined our programs from different places in the world. So to kind of sum it up and move into the next step of female founders and supporting startups, I will just mention what are the other things that Riga TechGirls do and how have we reached those 95 countries. So we also do representation in different countries and in conferences talking about women empowerment, talking about digital skills development. We also do research. But most of our focus is on these three verticals. So number one, developing careers in tech. As I mentioned, more than 2,500 women have gone through that training. And we provide mentorship, we provide that training, we provide introductory lectures. And digital skills at large is another initiative that we have started a couple of years ago, and there is Pulse, the leader of digital skills training programs at Riga TechGirls, so he's the leader of this vertical. And there we have had digital skills programs for school teachers, healthcare professionals, creative people, and an international program for NGOs. But today we are here to talk about deep tech and startups. So let's focus on the middle vertical. That is one of the three main verticals at Riga TechGirls, and that is led by Alice. So Alice, I'll give floor to you to talk a little bit more about that.
Thank you, Anna. Yeah, startups are in the core, actually, of Riga TechGirls since day one. And right now, we're doing quite a lot of things, but the main thing that we are doing, we are creating the safe space and building the community for female founders of like-minded people, a place where you can come and share your wins, your struggles sometimes, ask questions. And with this, we have quite many initiatives. We're having hackathons every year. We have pre-acceleration program, female founders lunch initiative, and many more things. But I have a question. So how many of you have been a part of any of our programs that we developed? Awesome, quite a good amount, amazing. But yeah, let's talk about the community, because community is power, right? It's the support group, it's the shoulder. We started this initiative in 2022. And we had an event this week on Tuesday, and it was our 31st Female Founders Lunch. So throughout these years, we estimated that around 1,260 ladies joined the lunch, which is quite good number. So I hope it's going to be growing, thanks to you. This is one of our quite special events last December. We had an international speaker from France, a philosopher, really like powerhouse lady. Iggy Agilum is in the middle, another amazing, inspiring woman in our startup ecosystem. And you see happy lunch ladies in the background. We also create events with our investors, and you can see gentlemen are also invited to our female founder lunches. We are inclusive, it's all good. And we have, yeah, I mentioned already international speakers, and in the photo on the left, maybe you can see, I don't know, we have to zoom in. There is our very special friend and partner from Cameroon, Alice, and she's doing amazing things in her country. Another question, how many of you already are a part of the community on a WhatsApp group? Okay, if not, here's a QR code. You can scan it and join, and we'll approve you after this speech. So let's leave it for a second.
In the group, we share all kinds of useful links.
Thank
you
you,
can
Anna.
share your. I'm just adding.
Exactly.
You can share what you're working on if you're looking for a co-founder, if you're looking for anything, and you can meet. So you can meet other founders there, and you get. You're first to be notified about the upcoming female founders initiatives and events and lunches, of course.
Yeah. It's a very active group. Very nice place to be. But let's talk about numbers a little bit before we dive into serious topics today in the panels. So here are some statistics. We can see there on the right, it's statistics from 2019. I think the survey was made in 2018, most probably, but we can see diverse themes in all the startups established in Latvia was just 6%. And now, you can see here on the left, the upper part. This is a survey and report made by Startin.lv, which is Latvian Startup Association. The number has grown into 26.4%. We kind of hope that we are partially responsible for this growth because of our educational programs and initiatives that we're creating and the programs that we're developing. Thank you, Santa. Amazing. Community support. But let's talk about deep tech. Actually, ladies in Latvia are amazing. Let's start with that. And fun fact, it's a fact, but it's also a fun fact. It's the number, the upper part is survey and statistics from 2022. So Latvia has the highest proportion of female inventors, meaning that in the patents that they submitted in whole Europe. Next one is in the list is Portugal, that has 26 point something%, but actually that's a number that we can be really proud of. And the main sectors are chemtech, and of course biotechnology and pharma, and that exceeds 30%, but mechanical engineering is the thing where I think we have to work with our educational institutions and get ladies more excited into that field. So basically, Latvia is quite a good place for deep tech startups in Europe. And again, the data shows that deep tech ecosystem has grown quite a lot, 360%. It's a lot. I think it's because of the funding, available funding from European institutions as well. And numbers are really good. But the thing is, less than 25% of startups have at least one female shareholder in deep tech sector, in the founding teams, and the funding that those teams are getting is even smaller. It's just 11.4%. So there is a lot of room for improvement, and we don't have real statistics about how many deep tech startups do we have in Latvia. The number is fluctuating, and it's very hard to count. But I did count by myself, and I counted around 288 deep tech startups in Latvian ecosystem, and just 13.19% have at least one female shareholder. So once again, we have room for improvement because we're number one in female scientists in Europe. We have to monetize this knowledge, right? Here are some stats about how many deep tech startups are established last in 2020, till 22nd year. We see that France is quite ahead, and Latvia, because we're a small country, is somewhere lacking behind. So there's room for improvement. And here you can see how many women startups are Europe in the map in the Europe. So again, we have room for improvement because we have those scientists, we have those powerful ladies. We just need to come together and I think support each other. But on the upper part, we can see how many female founders are in the region. So we're not counted at Eastern Europe, but Northern Europe. A number is growing every year, so I think it's very, very good trend and something to look into. And now, let's talk about women in science.
Yeah, just a couple of words to shout out to all the women in science, and huge thanks to everyone doing that as well. So if we look at the data of how women in STEM fields have developed since 1960s, we can see a growing path all the time, and the largest number of women in STEM are in biology, so that's the yellow line. Computer maths is the gray one, science and chemists, scientists, chemists is the, I don't know, Berber? No, I don't know. Anyways, the dark one, and the red one is engineers. Burgundy, yeah. So engineers, we have the lowest participation of women, but in biology, highest. And this is European numbers. If we look at women involvement in EU in general, 2019, we had about 41% of all scientists women out of 15 million scientists all over Europe. But then in 2022, there are still the same 41% of women, and but the number of scientists has grown to 17.8 million. So science is becoming an increasingly interesting career choice and developing fast for both men and women. Here, just for fun, how it has changed and developed. So actually, Latvia historically has been quite good in the gender balance regarding science and women involvement. So if we look here, we are in the dark one, so more than 50% of all scientists and engineers are women. Here, we already have more than 60% in 2020. In 2021, as well, Latvia representing more than 60% of all scientists and all of people in science and technology are women. And in 2023, as well, here it's like says more than 58, but probably more than 60. And if we look at OECD, Latvia is doing great as well. We are actually number one among countries where women are represented as researchers. We have 50.7% of all researchers women, and that is better than all other OECD countries. So we have very, very good possibilities to build deep tech startups here in Latvia, and also for women to be involved in deep tech startups. Obviously, role of education is very important. Universities represent the key structure behind fostering deep tech startups and innovation. Here, just as the most important and scientifically involved universities of Latvia. And obviously we need to have new approaches to education. So there are other initiatives developing, and not just universities, but also technical education programs. And being a little bit biased, I will present one new opportunity. So this is from Start School. Start School is now, since yesterday, offering 5 new tech programs that are very connected to data science and AI. So Start School's mission being to create more tech startups here in Latvia, now also moving more in and having more useful education for deep tech development. So the tech programs come from Silicon Valley. It's a program by Quasar, and the new education programs that are just launched are agentic AI development, AI applications development, AI and machine learning engineer curriculum, data science engineer curriculum, and DevOps and cloud engineer curriculum. So all of these are currently open for applications. There will be 30 fully funded scholarships for the next year for these programs. That's all from that. And I will quickly go into what can you expect today from this stage, what we will be talking about. So we'll kick off with supercomputers are everywhere by our amazing colleague Liina Marta-Sarma, who is currently involved with the High Performance Computing Center at RTU. She's coming up next, right after us. We'll talk about women in deep tech. We'll have a discussion with amazing speakers. Led by Anda Asere and Anna Ramantastonda, Solvit Kostikova, and Yekaterina Romanova being here present on the stage with international experience. Girls in Science, we want to show the IT girl here. So Ilyana Kovri will share her experience. Yeah. Women in AI, so this is definitely one of the fastest growing fields, and women are active there. Discussion led by Elina Lidere and Agate Ambolte. I think one of the AI education pioneers in Latvia will be here. Christian Gramtin and Laura Lockman, founders and entrepreneurs in the field. Women in defense and cybersecurity, since this is one of the topics that is very hot for this time in our region, over the world. We also want to just talk about that and stress that. We'll have amazing speakers and looking forward to hear that discussion, to hear what's happening. And finally, tech in education, how tech shapes future STEM leaders. So we'll have a discussion led by Anda Priedīte, we'll have Linda Daniela, Dana Narvaish, and Elchin Jafarov joining on the stage. And then we'll close it up at 5 o'clock. I want to thank our team, Riga TechGirls team, for making it possible to put all of this program together and building the community. Everyone who is here, thank you. And everyone who is listening online, thank you. That's all from our side. We'll move to the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Alice. So much valuable information from what Riga Tech Girl does, what's the situation in startup community, women in STEM, and also some opportunities that they mentioned. You know, it's always, the first step is really to understand this situation, to assess the numbers, and then we can start to make a change, right? So I'm really glad you really shared this information with us, and I'm really glad we're having these conversations here as well. But when we think about cutting-edge technology, we usually think about AI, we think about robotics, but you know, supercomputers, they are also making some breakthroughs in science, medicine, even climate tech. And up next, we have been joined by a woman who works at the heart of it. Someone who knows how crucial high-performance computing is, even if it rarely makes headlines. So please welcome Liina Marta-Sarma, senior expert at Riga Technical University High-Performance Computing Center and board member at Riga Tech Girls, as she takes us inside the world of supercomputers and why they matter more than ever.
All right. Hello, everyone. I think there's a lot of R's in all of these sentences, R's in supercomputers and so on and so on. So anyway, today I wanted to talk about a theme close to my heart. And it's throughout, I think, the last 10 years that I've spent in various organizations and generally being close to technology and science, I've always been close to kind of the hardcore science, or more like the niche fields. And I think these niche fields, such as supercomputers, don't get the attention that it should, because it really powers the key components of today's technology, and it really powers the reasons of how we've gotten to the development of AI and the use of AI in the way that we use it today. So today I want to talk about this theme, but before I do my presentation, I really want to do Slido questions. So yeah, I will invite all of you to join this Slido link and indulge me in these questions about supercomputers. And the first one should be very, very basic, and should be, what's your associations on hearing this? We will follow this along on our phones, unfortunately, but hopefully that's enough. So you should be able to see other people's answers. So I'm going to follow along as well. Yes. So we don't have to switch in between. All right. All right, so high performance, high tech, super. I was hoping for someone to put in the trooper. Capacity, clever. Yeah, fair enough. Big, Lumi. Ooh, Lumi, nice. Good. There's people who know more. Yes, I found the trooper here. Thank you. Modeling, mega. All right. I think I got a gist of it. So, and then I have a couple of questions for you, because I thought that in case you don't take anything from my presentation, at least you'll definitely remember the right key answers to Slido questions. So can we switch to the next questions in Slido, which are the quiz questions? I think you have to put in your name with the idea that we know who the leaderboard will be. All right. Do we see the questions? Get ready, Lena. Okay. I'm ready, I think. Okay, so what is a supercomputer? Only wrong answer. No, there is one correct answer. All right, so there's 6 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so the correct answer is a cluster of fast computers. I was actually thinking of using the answer as also correct, a very cool computer. I thought that could go as well. All right, can we go to the next question? So how are supercomputers useful for AI development? So to slow down AI models so they don't become too powerful too quickly. Supercomputers are only useful for video game graphics, not AI, really. Provide bigger memory and faster data processing for training models. All right, it's up. Yeah, correct answer. Good, everyone knows everything. And the last question. Can we move on to the last question? So this is a level up question. For those who know everything, which country is home to the world's most powerful publicly known supercomputer in Europe? Okay. Almost. I know why you think it's Finland, but not anymore. So it's Italy. There was, I think, 2 years ago was still Finland. So fair enough, fair enough. I like the answer. So there's a couple of people who I know, and I saw from the comments as well about Lumi. So I think we should have a leaderboard afterwards as well. So I can see. Is there a leaderboard? No. Okay. Do you see a leaderboard? Yeah. Okay. Who's at the top? Okay. Well done. Thank you, thank you. I have a small gift for you afterwards, that's why I want to know. Okay, so let's move on. All right, so I wanted to start with kind of going back 10 years. This is me in 2015. I'm not in any of these pictures, but this is on the bottom. That's my work in my bachelor's degree. I did computer science, and at the time we had modules in machine learning and AI. So what we did then is we kind of experimented with a lot of things, and it was a very new time, especially for AI, and it wasn't really understandable how we can use these topics. Really, it was cool, it sounded cool, but we kind of experimented with a lot of silly things. And one of the reasons was that we didn't have access to a lot of the tools in order to go a step forward. So we did these kind of like creative experimentations of trying to predict what would be, that's on the bottom was my experimentation of how to predict with kind of AI algorithms, how to predict what is aesthetically pleasing. So kind of creating different patterns that would be aesthetically pleasing for a person, and then they changed based on your inputs. Those are just like basic shapes at that point, and then I showed there's a couple of examples of my colleagues and students at the time. So they experimented. We also like similar things, trying to build kind of these visuals that are learning from experience and kind of growing around. And then at the top there was a guy who was sourcing data from Twitter at the time and trying to build this personality. So the Watson family that's kind of gathered from a specific person on Twitter, each of these Watson family members, and trying to build this personality based on the data that you can access publicly. Just kind of say to people that your data is so public and we know so much that we can build a personality based on this. But what I wanted to say about this is that it's only 10 years ago. It seems like it's not really that much. But at the same time, we're at a stage where we're nowhere close to the developments where we are now. And one of the key aspects at that time that was growing was open source frameworks, especially for deep learning. And TensorFlow was one of them that was born, that kind of helped us to have access to open source tools and experiment with them. So further on, what were the key ingredients of how we really got to where we are? So one of the key ingredients, we now have a lot of data. So we had a lot of images, a lot of websites, a lot of text to use. Second thing, we have advances in training data. So these experimentations in TensorFlow or in other tools allowed us and allowed the society and anyone who's also a student, for example, to experiment, do something in their free time, upload it, open source it, and then someone else can reshuffle it. That means that each of us as, for example, even in a bachelor's degree, we don't have to start from point zero. We can use something that has already been built and build on top of that. So we're not starting from point zero, and that is a key aspect in here. Open source ecosystem is a key aspect as well. So if we get access to free tools that we can recycle, reuse, and then share with other people, we're advancing much faster. Cloud platforms, that is one of the key developments at that time that was growing, that also allowed us to access data, store data, and process it much faster. Transformers were the key aspect of the architecture behind GPT. Hardware challenge, also distributed computing allowed us, and it's also a key aspect of HPC, allowed us to get where we are. Memory, so faster memory, enabled handling larger models, and GPUs and TPUs. So obviously, the improvements in hardware here are the key aspect of how we got here. And this is a funny example. The same way as my phone camera at the time wasn't very good. I couldn't find a very good image of this from 2014, because apparently images were also not in that good quality. So this is the Gartner chart. Maybe some of you know it. So it's basically kind of the chart that's trying to assume what are the most popular technologies now and what's going to happen with them in the closest decade. So this is 2014. I wanted to do an example of when I was studying, basically. So these were the areas that were growing, and these were the areas, as you can see. So big data was assumed to be big in like 5 to 10 years. It is big now. It's the big thing. We really need specialists in this area, and this is the thing that has helped us to build these AI models. Data science, obviously, currently we see a lot of open vacancies and open job postings in data science, data engineering. We need data scientists to understand the data and help us process them better. The same way as quantum computing. It's only at the beginning. It's only starting to get cool and popular, and it's been such a long time, and I think it's still kind of like trying to be there, but people still don't know about it that much. But I'm trying to illustrate is what were the key things at that time, 10 years ago, that were going to be popular, and a lot of them were true. So a lot of them, because they developed, allowed us to get to where we are. And this is 2014, so I wanted to show a couple of things that are popular based on last year's predictions. So I don't have a 2025, that's why I used the 2024 and 14. So AI supercomputing, that's a word we know. So digital twins, that's one of the things that I want to showcase to you, and I'll talk about that a bit later. That's also a thing that you can see, okay, that's one of the things that is assumed to be popular in the next 10 years. So maybe we can make some assumptions that these are the fields that we could go into. Was there anything else that I wanted to out? Yeah. All right. So what changed in all of this period? As I said, so developments in training models and reinforcement learning. That's a key aspect. Developments in open source ecosystem frameworks allows us to get access to them. Anyone can get access to them. And people, even who are like amateurs in the area, can get access to experimentation and playing around with things. And it's very important for us to grow in this way. Developments in cloud computing and edge computing allows us to send these data and get access on how to do it. Developments in big data and access to big data to train the models. That's why big data is also popular. And developments in hardware, software, and networks, I put them in a big chunk to generalize a bit. Speed and memory access for processing data is here the key topic of why it matters. And this is where HPC comes in. So this is the key component of what, from all of these things that developed in the last 10 years, this is the small, as you would think, part that actually played a very, very big role. So what is HPC? So high performance computing. Some of you apparently have know about it or have heard about it. In a simple way, I'm trying to break it down as supercomputers plus smart software plus fast networks. And all of these three key ingredients are what makes high performance computing possible. And all of them are necessary. And each of these fields also require developments in these areas specifically. So what do all of these mean then? So let's break it down. Supercomputers. A supercomputer is a computer that's millions of times faster than a regular laptop, sometimes even more. So it makes things faster. It makes it possible for us to compute and process data in a much faster way. That is what allows us to build these AI models so that we can have access to do it faster. So that's in the hardware. Smart software, that's also a key ingredient. So without the software, we can't kind of deal with the hardware. So we need the software as well. So in simpler terms, it also is the key component of one of those three that breaks big problems into small pieces. But essentially, the software is how we can use all of this technology and allows us to operate with it. And we need advancements in this area as well. Fast networks. So I think there's a key thing that was missing here, but supercomputers have thousands of processors. They need to send results and data back and forth constantly. So if we're not doing it fast, we're losing time. So that's time that we could have used to process all of this data. So this part is also essential. So networks and network engineering is a key component. So we can't live without it in order for us to innovate in AI area. So, and this is a very generic slide. Yeah, everyone knows about it. So the market size in AI is growing. Duh, it's obvious. The same way, the growth of supercomputers is growing. But why is this even necessary? So yeah, we know about it. So what? It's the thing that I'm trying to say here is that it's intertwined. So we can't build the next AI innovations. We can't build the next tech innovations without the innovation and without the growth of high performance computing. So why is it important? It's important because that is what fuels this innovation. So HPC enables faster research and development. So it enables us to try out things, experiment with things, and especially for smaller companies, it gives the access to train their data and build technologies that are at the top of innovation. And this access to such tools is also a key component. So it also supports digital sovereignty. Sorry for the pronunciation. We need to invest in all of these supercomputers with the key aspect that we're at the forefront of it. So we have this technology and we don't have to depend on other countries, on other regions in order to build things and innovate. Because as we know with electricity and energy, in the future, that can result in things where this independence actually kind of deters our growth or makes us dependent on something else, on other countries. So it's also essential for competitiveness. So those who have the fastest technology and those who can get access to the fastest computers can also build the coolest technology, because you get access to much faster process and to the most coolest thing. So this kind of also is intertwined. So no matter if you are in computer science or in AI, or you're actually in chemistry or in bioinformatics, this is where it matters. And more especially so, it matters in climate predictions. All right, so what are the areas of how HPC really makes a difference? AI and machine learning, something I've been saying throughout this presentation quite a lot. So how these supercomputers will influence AI and machine learning. So new AI solutions, providing tech and sovereignty to startups, training trillion parameter models, so we're getting a step up. Real-time adaptive AI, so scalable AI while preserving privacy. Climate and weather modeling. So this is already happening. Things like digital twins that allow us to recreate real-life simulations of what's happening in the world. That's a lot of data to process. But we can only do that with HPC. And in turn, that allows us to create these models, to predict what's happening, and then to make informed decisions of, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this, maybe we should do another thing instead. So climate risk modeling is a key essential thing that is already trying to take place. Medical research, so personalized medicine, that's also a lot of data that we need to process, and we need to know how to process. Protein folding, molecular interaction and massive scale, digital twins of human organs or entire systems for testing treatments. So we wouldn't have to even test on people, we can test it on simulations, which is a big asset, and it's also saving a lot of money. Engineering and manufacturing, so simulation of materials, new materials, sustainable materials, vehicles, and infrastructure. So we can also create these digital twins of manufacturing companies and houses to understand the process and to predict if something's not working or is working. Finance and risk analysis. So all of these things matter in this development. So only with this advancements in HPC, we can build all of these things. So the further it's going to advance, the further we're going to have this opportunity. So I wanted to list and kind of showcase, this is for an example. So these are the top high-performance computing centers in the world. As you can see at the top, we have the top 4 are United States. And the 5th one, which is what you guessed, in Italy, then Switzerland and Finland. And Finland has the closest one to, I think the closest one actually in distance. It's a good question. But yeah, and in Finland. So why does it matter? It's cool, we can use the United States versions, so we don't have to use ours, definitely. We can just leave them be, and then there are these centers, and they just exist. Well, it matters because if we have our own centers, if we have our own areas of where to test things, we can allow our own companies, researchers, scientists, and also small startups to test things and build things much faster. Also, our data and our privacy is our own. So we have the sovereignty of our own systems, of our own technology, and we can get easier access because we have the first hand. So in Italy, if we had something in our region, we have the first hand to use it. So anyone here with their company can apply to use it, and then you can train these models much faster. You're the person that can get access to that. And hardware and software advancements come with expertise and practice. So we need to develop these areas because very slowly we start in this way to build the scientists and experts around it. But scientists build other scientists, and they support other experts. So we need these areas to be developed, because those are the ones of how we can help each other and grow this. Otherwise, the innovation will stay in another place, and we will be kind of backwards and not developing this innovation. So what's the next step for Europe specifically? What are we building? So we're building an exascale supercomputer in Germany called Jupiter. It's hopefully going to arrive this year, currently hoping and waiting when it's there. And this exascale computer is generally a very, very, really fast computer. But why it matters is that because of all of these centers that we already have, and all of this research and focus that we've put in as Europe into HPC and supercomputers, this will help us to be at the forefront in innovation. So we'll have the top centers and the top supercomputers across all of the continents. So Europe will be at the forefront, hopefully. If we're at the forefront, that also means that scientists from other countries, scientists from other regions, they want to work with us. That also means that the developments and the top of this innovation is with us. So we're at the top. And that, obviously, these kind of ecosystems of scientists and researchers and companies working together, that is going to build us as the top ones also in AI industry, because it's intertwined. So I wanted to further along with a quote that comes from Aileen Lee from Cowboy Ventures. She's accredited to come up with to the person who came up with the term unicorn when talking about startups. And a while ago, she was talking about how her investments have changed and how they're approaching things now. And one of the key things that she said that stayed in my mind was that the most promise is unsexy tech. So unsexy technologies that are niche technologies, but that critically fuel something else that we really, really need in this world. And supercomputers are definitely not sexy, which is why I think it's a really niche area, and it's a niche area where there is the future, and there is the promise of this area growing. So my proposal is that we do focus on the things that are really a bit complicated, the niche things, the engineering things, and the engineering fields. There's quite a lot of these fields where we really, really need development, where it's critical that we have this development. And without this development, we won't be able to get to the top of the innovation where we want to be. And we also won't be able to grow in the fields of such as AI and machine learning. So some of these fields would be sustainable battery and electronics manufacturing, in case anyone wants to go into that. Energy efficient data centers, advanced sustainable cooling techniques and methods, because once we build the centers, such as, for example, a great example is Finland's Lumi, that is net zero carbon emissions. So it's fueled purely through renewable energy, and the excess heat they use to heat the city next to it, which is a wonderful example of how to work. So we need people who know this area, so who can help build these centers. So we need civic engineers, we need architects. We need high-speed sovereign cloud and data storage infrastructure. So cloud computing, also a thing, and edge computing to go into. Next level semiconductor design and fabrication. If anyone wants an idea of where to build a startup, definitely this one. Digital twin infrastructure, simulation environments to model hardware and software interactions, data center scale, but also, as I mentioned, it goes into modeling, it goes into environmental modeling, it goes into manufacturing centers and so on. Medical and genomic data infrastructure. Across Europe, HPC training programs at all levels, so we need to train people in order to have these specialists who know how to work with these centers. So we have just a center, we don't have the people of how to do it. AI chips and AGIS processors, all of these things, and we need all of these things. So if you need an idea of what to work on, there's quite a lot we really, really need in order for this area to grow further. And where does my position stand, and where does the RTU, so Riga Technical University High Performance Computing Center, also a mouthful, stand in all of this? So for us, we provide modern computing infrastructure to companies, students, and science institutions. Our goal is to provide the fastest possible that we can currently, and also to grow with the industry in Europe. Work with scientists and companies and support them technically, but also support them in understanding how they can use HPC. So why do they need it and where it's beneficial? because that in turn is beneficial to the region as a whole and to the innovation the companies in Latvia, for example, build or around it. We need to upskill experts, and that's something that we do in HPC. As I said, we need the people who work in the center, we need the people who grow this area, we need the people who understand where it's going and how to advance it further. So we need the people in this area as well. So we do seminars and training programs and interact with other universities to do the same. Also grow experts in the area of hardware and software necessary for HPC development. This is something that I mentioned in the previous slide as well. So we need these experts, and we need to help train them, and we need to help provide them opportunities. So also suggest other options where they can go and create these connections between other HPC centers, such as Lumi, such as in Italy, such as in Barcelona, and so on. So we need to work together, and that's something that we do consistently in order to get this message across. And provide that our companies and our researchers also get a place in working in these HP centers, which is a possibility. So if you want to be in the news in 10 years, I would suggest you choose some of these areas. Digital twin, infrastructure, bioinformatics, next generation semiconductors, environmental engineering, edge to cloud computing frameworks, embedded engineering, quantum computing. Any of these is something that is growing now, and if you remember the Gartner chart, that is those are the things that are going to be popular in the next 10 years. So as we see already now, there's quite a lot of vacancies, job postings, and opportunities for people who know how to work with the cloud. We need network engineers, embedded software engineers, and now we're at the critical point where we don't have them. We have a lot of vacancies, but we don't have them anymore. Not anymore, we just never had this kind of like push in the news that this is necessary. We had a push towards, we really need web developers, but that is kind of going towards the other way. So we really critically need these experts. So you have all of these areas where you can go into. Also, it's not always about engineering. So we need help in legislation, understanding how to use these and what we can do and what we cannot do so that we don't do the wrong thing in the long term. And we need innovation strategy. So we also need people who can see the big picture, who understand this technology, but help to understand how we can use it, communicate with companies, communicate with governments. That's not always about being an engineer. It's about understanding of what this technology is and why it's useful for you and who we need to contact in order for you to help this other person. So to finish off, if you want to be in the news in the next 10 years, go for unsexy technologies. I finished a bit early, but thank you, and more than welcome to contact me, to write me a message, to find me on LinkedIn, and communicate anything that you want, and I'm happy to collaborate, and yeah, write me a message. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Alina, for this presentation. We use technology all the time, every day, and we live in a society where everything's digitalized, and we really rarely think about what's underneath. So thank you for telling all this, what is needed actually to drive this innovation in these many industries like medicine, AI, engineering, everything we use on our everyday basis, but don't really think about what's actually underneath it and make it sustainable, and how important it is to keep it within our borders so the innovation happens here. So thank you for this presentation, Lena. And next we will actually have a panel discussion, but it will happen 10 minutes after 10. So it's now a bit of a break. No, it's not? Or we continue? A bit of a pause. We're getting ready, so we need a pause, yeah? Okay. Okay, then let's take 5 minutes, set the stage, and you can grab a coffee, you can grab a water, and meet in 5 minutes here for the discussion. everyone, and welcome back. I hope you had a good break. You had your water, you had your coffee, maybe something to eat. But we are here back to continue our conversations. And this next one, we will have a panel discussion. And we're bringing together women not only who have founded their deep tech startups, but also who have navigated different barriers, redefined leadership, and created new models of success. And let's witness a rich conversation about the realities of working in deep tech, advantages of female-founded startups, what obstacles they face, what are the challenges and opportunities, and how to effectively overcome any barriers that might come. So I will welcome first our moderator, Anda Asare, who is editor of Labs of Latvia and co-founder of Finde. Next, we will be joined by Anna Ramatastunda, who is the CEO of Alternative Plants and lecturer at University of Latvia. Yekaterina Romanova, who is the CEO and co-founder at Printimed. And last but not least, Solvita Kustyukova, who is CEO at Alina. Give the floor to you, girls.
Excellent. So, yes, everything's working, yes. Excellent, what a nice panel. I wouldn't be happier in any situation. It's okay. Yes, there are interesting things happening. So, yes, that's how we are getting back to my first question. I will not ask you how awesome you are and what you are doing, as is always on the panels, an opening, who you are and what you are doing, but I will start with deeper conversation. What were the reasons why you ended up in deep tech? So I will start with you, Anna. So what was your motivation to be here in deep tech? Why? Why?
Okay, so yeah, thanks for intro. What's why? The big why is that I have studied biology. I'm a microbiologist, cell biologist by training. But even when I started, like with the first years in university with the bachelor's thesis, I was interested to see what I'm doing on the shelf in the pharmacy or in a store or whatever. I wanted to see what I'm doing, what I'm researching materialized as a real physical product. So, and that's why very early, actually, we started together with my colleagues, we started not only to do fundamental research at university, but we started to provide contract research services to companies. And that's actually how I started. Together with my co-founder, for more than 10 years, we provided consultancy and testing services for companies. In my case, companies from medical device, food, and cosmetic industry. And through that way that we collaborated very closely with the manufacturers, with the developers of the products, we clearly saw the challenges that the industry is facing. In our case, the challenge was associated with the effectiveness of ingredients and the manufacturing of ingredients. And we are kind of very interested, can we solve it? We liked the challenge, and so we jumped in and we started on working on our own products. So basically, it was the urge to see my work being used by the people around the world. And that's, I think, from my perspective as a scientist also, there's one put, I'm still in a university lecturing students, is that I see that my work helps someone, and I wanted to see that result. That was the main reason why I ended up in a deep tech, not only researching something, but really producing products and bringing them onto the market.
Oh, what a nice thing to do. Solvita, what about you?
So when I was in high school, so I ended up representing Latvia in World Researchers Competition. And so I went to Hanover, and I went to industry and saw such role models as Anna. And then I saw what happens when science meet industry and they co-create. And I felt in love in that. Back then it was called science management. So now it's commercialization. So it's evolved by that time. And then I decided, yes, I want to do this. I want to be there because it's all about the impact that you can, even if it's a small drop to ocean, but it's an impact. And I felt in love in that. And so I tried to choose where I'm studying, what I'm learning, new skills and etc. to be in, like, I did not know where I need to end up, but the feeling was there. So I studied mathematical modeling, I studied project management, then I started to work with a different type of project in universities, etc. And then I decided, oh, I'm ready to commercialize, but I missed the entrepreneurial skill. So I created the first enterprise, which was social enterprise, and it was so lovely. And
I
so,
remember it.
yes, but then there I missed a lot this science part, and this was how I really decided, yes, I'm ready to do the commercialization, deep tech stuff, and started. Yeah, so.
So cool story. Yekaterina, what about you? What was
Well,
your
it
thing?
actually seems that I'm completely different from the girls.
Excellent. That's the reason why we are here.
Yes, because I ended up here, let's say, by accident. I studied economics, but I always dreamed to have my own startup. And when I was 18, in those times, the Revolut startup was very popular. And I was only, let's say, the teenager. I was still, let's say, studying in the school. But I already knew that I want to do something in that field. So I found at that time the program, I think it was Idea Lab in the RTU. Yeah, so I'm right. So I tried to go there and pitch idea about the, let's say, another loan banking system, something like that. Well, the idea sucks, and they didn't took me in the program. However, I knew that I want to do something, and I wrote in group chat, is there someone who needs, let's say, some person in the team? So this is how I met my first co-founder, Natalia, with who we created the Correcti startup of the posture correction t-shirts. And this is how it started, everything. After that, of course, I had another startup, more, let's say, deep in the medicine smart class, where we created 3D printed bone grafts, and now is the Printimet. So, but even then, I had the idea that I want to create artificial organs. Like, I'm not the medical person, I'm not the scientist, but I had this, I don't know from where it could came to my mind, but I had this idea that I want to spend all my life just for such a big purpose, to help millions of people, and what could be, let's say, more important than people's lives. So that is how this idea of artificial organ creation came to me. And then I just started to working forward to it through different startups. Now I finally have the technology, the right team, the startup, where I can, let's say, come closer to my dream.
Wow. What a name, what a dream. And so interesting, you and Solvit, you are sharing social entrepreneurship experience. Somehow it looks like it somehow leads to deep tech as well, because it's doing some really impactful things. Solvit mentioned the thing about role models. How important it is. Do we need them?
Of course, we need them because it motivates. It's. I have met some time ago. Some lady came to me and said, "Oh, because of you, I decided to go that direction." And so, if you don't see the role models, in most of the cases, you don't see what is the opportunity. For example, for me, it was a problem. I was studying mathematical modeling, and I couldn't. There wasn't any course where somebody would told where you can apply your knowledge, your if I wouldn't had this experience in Hanover, in here locally, nobody would let me know how big is the opportunities there. So, and those role models really help to decide somebody and to get the motivations, because we like in some most of the cases we see the role models and this is the way where we want to be, and we want to go there and reach like us for the stars, and this helps us to set the goals as well. So
You all are telling that yes, you are aiming for big problems, doing good things. Sounds like a miracle. Only rainbows each day. How hard it is? What are the challenges you are facing? Let's talk about the real life. What are the challenges you see on your everyday?
A lot of challenges, and every day
Let's
is
start.
challenging. Yeah.
How much time do we have?
And there are various challenges. There are, of course, the technical ones I have, and the first product we developed, and I really believed in that. I was one night sitting in a university, College Cork, in Ireland, where we were in a lab. We had a lab space, and I didn't know to cry or to scream, because it completely didn't work out. It was just I had to throw away that product. But that's
Sorry, how long time it was?
well, we work in a field of plant biotechnology, so initially the product development requires at least 1 year. Now we're more
one year.
no,
Just
a little
throwing
bit
away.
less, but more or less. But now we're more like experienced. We need less time to develop. But it's to overcome those technical difficulties. And what I always advise as a startup founders, and it's everyone has heard of that, but I like to remind: fail fast, because we should have realized that earlier and just put our resources on other things that are doing better. And it was, and it's a challenge also with working with scientists. We are a science-intensive startup, and we have had the repeated problem a couple of years later when colleagues they came up with the idea that we're establishing plant cell, stem cell lines. So they were bright scientists, and they had an idea that let's do 5 more cell lines. And awesome, and they're sitting there all the nights and establishing the cell lines, and some of them are not performing. And then there comes a point where I say that we have to drop that off. We have to put that in a recycle bin. So that's done. It's waste. But that's my kind of like a baby I have developed. That it's really difficult for those science-intensive startups to make those decisions, but they are crucial. They are very important for further development to focus your resources what's actually needed. So that's technology-wise. The business-wise is, I would say it's an ongoing, continuous process, and it's you don't have to look at building partnerships and selling as a struggle. You just need to be very persistent. That's to keep in mind that persistence is the key to success. And you have to train your mind and train your tree that no, that one partner says no, it does not mean that it's absolute no. Talk to the next one or ask why no, what should I improve, what should I do different, or maybe that's not the right partner, because we also have had an experience where we worked with very huge corporates and they were very interested in us, so we played like a cat and mice situation, like chasing each other for almost 2 years, testing everything. But of course, the big companies, they're pushing prices down. They want exclusivity. And that would be the smallest part. But they decided that they changed one of the leaders of their business unit that's responsible for cosmetic ingredients. And they said we shut down the active ingredients business division at all. So that's all. And so then investors, for example, asked, are you depressed? Are you upset? What will it do now? So we are happy.
Finally happy.
At least we can talk with all the others and we can facilitate our like a direct sales to our customers. So it's like, see beyond the struggle. So no is not like the end of the world. There is something behind the horizon, and go beyond that. And it's, I want to emphasize I have a couple of people on my team that are athletes, and it's very nice that athletes, one competition might not be successful, but you will have the next game, you will have the next start. So that's previous bad experience. It doesn't mean actually much. It's just for your growth. So it's important during all those struggles to keep that in mind.
Okay, one thing is technology, time. What else? What are your challenges?
Oh, so there is some, like Instagram post and etc. that for women is 34 times more. It's harder to do things than for men in this deep tech and STEM careers. So it's like 34 times. Okay, but. So it is hard, because if you are a lady, you need to prove more. You need to.
Still true today.
It is because it's we need to change. I think several generations that it could change, and you know that Trump is back and everything is back. So maybe it will be some time in like a paradise where we are now. So already, so it's very challenging because. Like you ask how challenging it is this job. Like really, it's like 95%. It's a very hard, challenging job and activities. You have to have a very high grit to achieve because deep tech, it's for a long period. It's a years. It's at least 10 years when you achieve something. So you need to be healthy with your and also. Emotionally and etc. stable to go through all challenges, and then comes those 5% where you achieve when you can do the things that you really love and etc. But this this positive, this impact thing, then it covers all this 95% of negativity. So I was trying to once calculate what is the proportion. So yeah, so it's a marathon, and so you need to fuel yourself, your mental health, your team, because it's really resource and time and any kind of resource intensive activities what we are doing. So therefore we need to do the biohacking with our health, really be the good this and all others. So it's like then also how to organize teams, etc., work with investors and also children to be able to, functioning. So, and therefore, we need to learn a lot as well as. I read the book. I didn't know how to deal with investors because it was hard. Now for me it's better because I'm older. I'm not so young anymore. Like
good for you.
10 yes, it was so challenging 10 years ago. Now it's like. I'm more mature, so and it's easier. For younger, it's very hard, and yes, and so I read the book, Never Split the Difference, and so I could manage the same way my children and investors, principally using the same methodology, and it is how to deal with terrorists. So, and it helps a lot. So you need to learn a lot of such soft skills as well.
Top 3 advices for how to deal with terrorists, also with investors and also with children. So what are?
So they are telling you something, and you have to be. Yes, I hear you. I'm here. So yes, I understand that what you are saying. It's not. I'm not agreeing. I'm being with them. So it helps teenagers because they are going. Wild, or investors, not agreeing. So I hear you, I'm here, yes. At the same time, I think that I can do that way, or like we need to mirror. And the second, we need to mirror their feelings. So yes, this is also what it really helps. And those discussions are totally different. And
Yekaterina, what are your challenges?
Well, I actually agree with all what previous speakers said, especially with Solvita regarding that it's actually very hard for a young lady to, let's say, talk with investors or to talk with, for example, doctors with who I were facing because, well, as I started when I was 18, so you can imagine, yes, of course, I was not so experienced and so on, but when you start talking to them, well, they are not listening to you at all. Of course, now when I get older and I get more mature, the things are moving now much better. And let's say I already passed through this. But as still our startup is quite, let's say, young, then of course, for us, there is a lot of challenges starting from technological side, let's say, scaling up, producing, and so on. Of course, there is, the challenge of the funding, financing, and there is, unfortunately, such a gap for the technologies like ours, which are still, let's say, in quite low TRL level. And also in the, let's say, tough field, which is kind of medical devices. And it's very hard to attract financing from the private investors for us. but unfortunately, let's say the grants does not cover all the expenses and so on. So I can talk a lot on this topic.
I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah, but I just don't want to make this discussion so sad. So yeah, and what else is tough? I don't know. Like if you look at something that it's tough for you and you think about how things is bad and so on, well, no, better don't do it. I can't imagine how you can live like, let's say, 5, 10 and more years if you, let's say, think that it's tough. For me, it's not tough. It's like my real life. I face every day with some challenges, but for me, it's just normal.
So maybe I can add as well. So there's several things that I also have what we have noticed. So women in deep tech and STEM. So it's also about the skills and how we, for example, how we network, how we really go directly to the shortcuts with the mentorships, and this is we really still are missing a lot. For example, in Latvia as well, we are missing such. Activities for deep tech and STEM where you can really learn how to in STEM, for example, career, how to build your career, that you can really build it very focused, with a very focus. And so this is also what we are missing. And as I can say, I'm a dinosaur here, so and this is what also we have decided that we want to give back. So now I have a new role in Unilab, so developing ecosystem for STEM and deep tech involved women. So this is what's really, I think, important, that not that we have gone through and learned a lot, and we had those challenges, but now we know a lot as well, so we can give back and really organize ourselves, because it's totally different networks when you meet in women networks, and you learn to network and you understand that this is really helps also for development, because when this deep tech meets with also industry, also women networks, it's totally different collaboration starts, yes. So this is what I see, like it's a challenge, but I see this as an opportunity as well. So therefore, I think for all of us, we can just a bit step to that direction to give opportunity to ourselves and to others, and jointly to do those things. So yeah.
Yekaterina already mentioned the thing about investment, how hard it is. Can you share some experience of you as well, how it has been to talk with investors? Because I know you have a big family. Has it ever been an issue in talks with investors?
Yes, for me it's really had been an issue, and I have seen the things that you don't want to see, because for statistics I have 5 biological kids plus 2 more in family, and so one was born when I had a startup, and there was really a discussion from investor side. You don't need these kids. You have enough kids. Like when I was pregnant already. So, and this is when you see that this is.
I want to know the name.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
I can share you, yes, and those it was men, and also not from like Latvia but Scandinavia, where you know the borders, like, and this was in most of the cases I tried to never talk about the kids, the family, etc. This helps a lot. It really helps, and because with every kid you get less value, like, so this is what I can see, and now for me it's easier, is that I'm older now. I have proved myself, you know. It's again, you have to prove more and more than men, and even you have to prove that you can manage the company and also to have a family. So because there's always this question, oh, okay, so there's a startup, there's a team, okay, there's a man and women in this startup, and then really investors talk about the family. Oh, if the guy have family and kids, wow, this is very good, like a team player because he's set up. If the lady say there's never okay with, okay, she doesn't has kids. She will want to have kids.
Bad.
So that's a problem. It's a bad thing because she's in that age. Okay, it's not good. And when the already lady has kids, oh, then she has full hands. So maybe she's also are not okay. So there's no,
No perfect time.
No perfect time. Either she's too young or too old, or so this is. And there's also like this theory where there was like about the leaders. So this example, maybe I can share. It's a very nice example. It's team leads, men and female team leads. So if the female says, "Oh, I did this," they say, "Oh, what a bad she is. She doesn't mention the team." Or if it's, "We did." "Oh, she is not self she so how it's a name?
Self-esteem.
Self-confidence. She doesn't have confidence. Okay. If the man said, "Oh, I did," "What a man! What a real!" And then when "We did," "Oh, what a
Win-win.
leader!" Yes, it's all the situations win-win, and they gone through a lot of data, etc. The only was that thing that differed. It's a man or it's a female. That's it. So the same as those nice examples when there's an investor, if the same profile does change the name, it's a lady, female investor, and change the name, and you give work to the students just to analyze how likable they are, or how, and always the female is less likable because their roles, what women always need to play. So it's about care, about like social activities, but men could be the leaders, could be with opinion, etc., etc. And this is, I think, this social thing that need to change within the generations. Yes. At the same time, I want to say that this care, this social thing that we really want to make an impact, like Anna said, like you said, I really want to be part of the impact. This is the benefit what comes from women's side, and therefore that data shows as well that women in deep tech and STEM succeeds more when we look to the bigger picture. The teams are more sustainable. The impacts of the projects are more efficient and sustainable, and they have better publications, etc. So there's a lot of opportunities also comes with that.
Thank you so much for sharing your very, very personal story. Have you, Anna or Yekaterina, can you share also some silly or terrible story from the talks with investors? Or any other business occasion?
I would actually continue with what Solvit told. Solvit really nicely illustrated what needs to be avoided. And I would like to give a practical advice how to avoid it. That if you're looking for investor, or if you really are in negotiations with some investor, do your due diligence to the investor. Don't be afraid. You see, and now it's very easy to find the portfolio companies that the investor already has. Ask how it is to work with them, and ask also about all these personal issues, if there have been some issues, because we have also done that, especially with the first investors, where we find some companies we know, or kind of just randomly write to someone that's in the portfolio of that investor, ask what they think about that investor, because investors have their own reputation, and sooner or later you will find out, and it's better to find out from others' experience, not experience that yourself. So that's one thing. The other thing is that if we talk about investors and attracting investment, don't be shy. So it's very, very important, especially at a very early stages, to build confidence. Because my experience, and with my co-founder, we have this academic background. So we were very early stage when we raised the first pre-seed round. And it was not a local investor, it's an American investor, and we had to relocate in an accelerator where you meet all the other teams that in that batch they have invested. So when we were all the time thinking, oh, we're so early, we actually don't have the technology, we have some very, very first proof of concept. And then, bam, there's an American company that have that idea. They have idea on the paper, but they pitch everything like they have it. Of course, they failed, but that's for the early stage investors. They're confident, especially the big funds, that majority of the portfolio will fail. So and some of them will just give the return. So it's build the confidence. Talk about your vision. You will not have the product ready and not even market ready. Not sometimes even it's still in the testing of the concept, but talk about it. Not be afraid to talk about it. And the same with the market. Go to your customer, even if you have just the first prototypes, you will get the feedback. Not sit in the laboratory and by the computer just improving. That's what scientists love to do. But you need to go out and to get that opinion. That will help a lot.
Yekaterina, share your story.
Yeah, of course, I have received many questions.
What has been the most silliest?
Oh no, I had even like conversations like, do you have a family? No. Like, do you have a kids? No. Well, are you planning to have them? No. Well, are you sure that you are not planning to have them? Okay, yes, for now I have a bit different priorities. How can you ensure me that, let's say, within 1 year you won't change?
Real sentences from conversations with investors.
Yes.
Oh my God.
It's a real one person who, let's say, with who I had all this conversation, like half-hour long, about my, let's say, family status and so on, and my opinion on this question, and how can I ensure that I won't change my mind within 1 year, and that I won't, let's say, decide to have a baby, and what we will do then. So yeah, it seems like a big problem. So, but I also agree with the sort of what she said before regarding the role model. So like, if we think for one moment, like, who can you name some very famous people in, let's say, business, tech, and so on? Who comes the first, like Elon Musk or who? Whoa. Whoa.
Like in a deep tech, if we talk, so there was Theranos. It's such a pain in my heart when it was like Theranos.
But you saw the news this week about her business partner is doing the same thing with different team.
No. This is my she was my role model.
Yeah, mine as well. Because we don't have.
And then we cried for weeks. So yeah.
Okay, let's talk not only about bad things. Let's cheer up us. If we are thinking of the business models, basically, if we are looking on products meant for women, it's basically shrink and pink, something smaller and a pink color. Yes, I'm also marketing person who falls for marketing, but we don't need each one more new lipstick. Why it's so important to get more women in deep tech? So can you give some arguments why we need you as well more there? Just for thinking about new products, new things, half of population needs and is lacking at the moment.
It's first of all science-intensive companies, and deep tech. Maybe initially we think that there are a lot of technical things, a lot of engineering, but majority actually during the product development is creativity. And we well know that women are creative minds, and maybe then the colleagues, the co-founders or engineers are the ones that will then hack the bioreactors or put them together. But I think the most important thing is this creative thinking, because even in biology we don't know how much we need to think creatively, what we will implement, what processes, what we will change. So that's one thing. The other thing is that really, if we talk about industries that specifically develop products for women, then we are the best ones to understand the needs. Like, for example, the biggest, I would say, the market opportunity right now is perimenopause, menopause products, and there are a lot of things related to hacking, the biohacking, the supplements, the diets, exercise programs, that a lot of research has been done on that, and we know actually gaining more and more understanding how we can solve the problems, the actual real-life problems that have not been solved for hundreds of years. So, and there, even if there is any other professional who is knowing the problem, like the basic science behind them, the basic hormonal changes, the biology, chemistry, etc., there are a lot of feelings, emotional aspects that we know better, and we will be the ones that we can better advise what kind of actual solutions we need to bring on the market, and are they actually needed. I think that's in specific niche, it's 100 we are needed, and the others we're contributing really, really nicely with the creative thinking.
Why else we need women in tech?
I think that also data shows, I totally agree with you, so this is what I wanted to say, but now I need to say another thing. But data shows that really women can always succeed in terms of learning, adapting in the right conditions, where is no this segregation. So, and they can really achieve, because there is this care about the, also not myself only, but others, and so it means there's better in synergical activities, so on transdisciplinary activities. So this innovation is more innovative, I could say, more novel, and there's this potential there. That's why. And also it shows that diverse teams, so it means we, of course, we need men, not only women teams, but we don't have this diversity yet, because if we look to the latest data of deep tech in Europe in 2024, so it means that there was only 13 teams who get funding, 13% of the deep tech startups who were funded, and they had at least one woman in the team. So it means that this diversity is lacking. So it means that therefore we're missing this innovation aspect there.
I can quickly add that with this creativity and bringing the diversity and a little bit different mindset I have from my friend, an example, it's not from the data, he's from the software, from the IT industry. She's really nice, she's involved in product development, and an example she gave was that she has a software engineer who's with impressive skills, programming skills, and has developed a code and some extensions for the end users of that software, and he's kind of very proud of this beautiful code. And she is the one that says, but the customer experience is awful. It will not work, because the engineer is thinking, I have a beautiful code, I have done that, but the woman, she is the one that brings that to the customer and brings the needed customer experience with that code. So it doesn't work with her.
So it's the diversity there is so that they can this cooperation can happen, and this synergy is more fruitful, I would say. So this is why. And we are lacking this, as I said, it's 13% only teams who has at least one woman in. So this 87%, then it means it's only men teams. So we are missing opportunities there. So
I'll go to cry.
Oh, but we can do this. Don't cry. Let's do something about it. So.
Yekaterina, can you add something about what's happening?
Well, to be honest, I think my opinion now will be unpopular, because
Let's
I
go.
have it a little bit different. Well, I can understand that, let's say, historically, why it is like this, why the situation is like this, and why, let's say, men are dominating in these industries. However, I have never been asking to somehow, let's say, to push women more in the tech, or to support us somehow, let's say, more additionally. I just ask to not discriminate because of the genders, that's all. Because I believe that, let's say, despite the gender, even it's man or woman, in both of genders, there are a lot of, let's say, very smart people and so on. So just the best one, the smartest one, the strongest one, and so on, will succeed.
I don't hear anything unpopular here. Can you tell a little bit more why you think it's not unpopular?
Because, well, I'm a bit, let's say, against some specific women programs and some specific.
But you are in one of the programs. Come on.
Yes, I am.
You got the funding there.
Yes, I do.
And these
Because of
are
the gender.
benefits for you. So
Yeah, well, of course, I will always use it. Come on, if someone wants to give you money, if there is opportunity to take some extra money because I'm woman, finally, yes, I will use it.
yes, but otherwise you wouldn't have that funding. So
Thank you for that.
But I
let's say.
think. You finished.
Yeah, but I don't think that we need, let's say, somehow very specifically make all these bonuses to push now women more and more in the tech.
Except
and
it's
so
one
on.
program.
except that one.
Well, it's already exist. Come on.
it's selective one.
Anna?
I understand actually Ekaterina's point, and but that's something we need to change in our mindset, because where is the trap? There is one trap, and it's very important to understand that and not to fall into the trap. We need to look at the history, and our history is very different from Western Europe and America. Because when I was actually, the experience from the acceleration program, there was one really awful story about really asking about the kids, taking the co-founder off the board and by men investors. And it was something for me unimaginable. So I went to the investor. He's very open-minded, and I said, it can't be real life. It can't be that this has really happened. And then we had a long conversation, and we realized that Central Europe and Asia, China as well, we have a very different history. And women actually have very long been actively involved in various processes, including manufacturing, including if we look back at the VEF, because here we are, there were also women engineers, and for long years, and performing quite well. The trap is that there are really very serious issues in Western Europe and in America, but we should keep that we are strong, we are here, and we have a strong historical background, and not to fall into the trap that we are suppressed, that we take that mentality of them. I think that's something that Ekaterina tried to say, because in Latvia, if we look historically, there were women present in the first parliament, in the first Saima. Women were elected, and women elected Saima. If we look at France, if we look at UK, it was 70s, 50s, 60s. So mind the gap. It's a very big gap. We have been involved, and we have to remember that, and we have to stick to that mindset that we are strong, we are capable, we can work in all the areas that we are interested in, not to fall into that trap of thinking that we are suppressed. We are not. We just go forward. And that's the same with the investors. If we look at someone says, no, or your idea is stupid, you have to change the mindset. He is thinking just a couple of minutes about you, and it doesn't change anything in my life. He will think about the next startup in the same way. He's not changing my life. He's not changing how I develop the product. Of course, if it's a qualitative, high-quality feedback, I take it into the consideration. I maybe improve the product or a business model, but it should not suppress me. And it's a lot of work with your own mindset. We are strong, and we can do. Don't, please, I have seen a lot of cases falling into that trap. Like, oh yeah, there are women in France or women in America are suppressed and stuff. Don't fall into that trap. Keep the thinking that we can go, we can do, and we will do.
Yes, we need to do, because still we are fighting for the same level of scientists, like women, men and women, for the same hourly rate. It's still there. There's a lot of such small things that it's, for example, if you want to give the project, you have the same level, man and female scientists. Always.
No problems with men there.
Yes, but it is what we have seen, and also there exists still ceilings. How many, if you look to the professors, etc. So in specific fields, there's only men. And there's some youngsters who can't develop, because if you, for example, there's meeting happening and somebody comes, somebody needs to make a coffee, and there's always look to the ladies, let's make a coffee. And this is, and you, if you start to fight, then sometimes you need to change the university. So this is what I have experienced. It is my, I have 3 teams, different teams, a lot. Even there exist still glass ceilings. I'm not talking about the suppression, but this there is mindset, so that that still needs to be challenged, and things that need to be improved, like systematically. Just if the same level scientists, then the same rates is there. So this is, I think, the jobs that we need to do, and you're very confident. I really love it. You need to speak more and more, because it's very rarely that women can have such a mindset and confidence and to speak like that, because in most of the cases they're not going and speaking for themselves. They are. It's again, it's a gender thing as well. So yeah. So Anna, you need to be more.
We will do it.
Yeah. So.
So looking in the timer, we have last 5 minutes, and I have 2 questions still. Question is somehow one question, but from different perspectives. One thing is, I want to ask you about what can each of us do to support women to go to deep tech, and from the other side, how to, for the women themselves, how to help themselves to be here. So let's start how to help them for us, how to be here, and then let's move to what other persons can do.
I think this really nice to be in such communities. I would say that's the first. Really, Riga TechGirls is an amazing community supporting each other. That's one thing. Then from us, something that Solvita already told is supporting girls and young women professionals, and it really helps us ourselves. So I also feel the need to give back. I'm delivering lectures. I'm also mentoring the science projects of girls, and the biggest, the prize for me myself is that after a year where I mentored 2 girls in science projects, I see them in the university studying chemistry and biology, and they come and say that, yeah, you gave us confidence. So those of us who have succeeded, we need to give back. That's like a circle of life, and that's very important, and we have to do that in these communities as we have here.
Well, from myself, I'm always open to not only the women's, but to everyone to talk, and I can share my experience and help as much as it's possible. But I believe that actually everything starts from yourself. So you said about to give the confidence. I'm not sure if it's possible to give the confidence. I don't know. You need somehow to find it in yourself. You need to find this dedication and this, I don't know, big, bold idea. Why are you doing this? And then I think that all these questions and all these moments when you feel uncomfortable, unconfident, and so on, will just go to the, let's say, backstage. Just you need to be driven and you need to be passionate with the idea, and just then you won't hear this all the questions regarding your status or something, because you don't care.
So I believe that you can train a lot of skills in your life, starting from empathy to confidence. I think the confidence is a skill. So, and I think that this is what we are really missing, and this what I'm really trying to understand how it can be made and happen, how we do this. Like, first of all, in STEM, that's how we motivate, and also how these careers could be built, because I think that there's a lot of skills what are being missing. As I said that working with team, and also how to speak to your speak for yourself, and how to really go for the career, starting from this. Then networking and this mentoring options as well. This is what is really cool, that there's a lot of us what can give back, and that we are open, but there's not organized such things, and this is where I starting to jump in this ecosystem, trying now to understand what is really exists and how we do connect. And for example, Anna, how you can mentor, for example, younger deep tech entrepreneurs. And yes, this is about the giving back, what we can do. And I hope that there's a lot of you, and we can try to together understand how also we can train those soft skills as well.
Yes, but actually I heard this week that there is initiative to go off the term soft skills and to think something new, because it's nothing soft, it's real skills.
It is, yeah, it is real skill. Like we call it them soft skills because it's not programming, but how to speak with investors, use the different strategies. Yes, and
Terrorists.
and yeah, it is the practice is terrorist. So yeah.
Excellent. We are on time. We have 1 minute maybe for one question from the audience, if you have some. Yes.
Oh, you see, and the guy has the first question here.
Yeah. Interesting situation, isn't it? My name is Max. I've been with Ekaterina in the United States, and I have pretty, I would say, gender-agnostic question. I would say it's suitable for both genders, men and women. How would you, from your historical perception of becoming a CEO, what is the first? You start with the family, you try to lay the foundation, and then maybe practice some kind of projects before going to become a serial entrepreneur. Because we never start from the first time. You still did fail to learn, or it's better to think about family maybe later, but to struggle with this investor kind of tourist question about your kids' perceptions and family status.
I'm not the family person. My family is my dog, so I dedicate. Yeah, my dog is my family, so I dedicate myself fully to the business. So, girls.
Well, it definitely needs to be in a balance, and you need your partner to be fine with you developing and sometimes spending less time with the family because you have some things to do, your travels, for example. There are a lot of travels, because both parts are important, and I think we can find a lot of examples and where if there is imbalance in that, then none of the things will, neither family nor business will work. So you have to find. Unfortunately, that's the problem of all the modern society, but I have realized that we need that village. I have 2 kids, and we need that village to help, to support. Grandmothers are working still, building their businesses, so they're not an option. So it could be also such a community. It's centers for kids where to leave them, etc. So you have to discuss that afterwards, because if family fails, the business will fail as well in most cases.
Yeah. So I agree with Anna that. And believe again that there's a lot of the real skills that you can train, and sometimes life just happens. You can't choose. Oh, you can plan, but life happens. Yes, and in that, it always helps if you have trained skills. And so you already heard that Anna talking about already managing the village to make it happen. So she has those skills. So, and this is also what I would wish that already starting in a school that we could train those partner skills, how to build those partnerships already early as possible. Yes, and so this is. This would help.
To fail at time by time as well, and to feel weak and to ask for help. The most important thing is that we're stronger, but we need to ask for help as well.
One more job. Okay, life happens, time is up. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. I don't know if you can actually hear me, but thank you for this fruitful discussion. I think we can be really, really proud that we have such founders, women founders in Latvia that are working in deep tech, talking about so many important topics, bringing these challenges up. And also thank you, Anda, for moderating this panel and really, bringing these questions up. And actually, fun fact with Anda, she has her own startup. And while she was on the stage, I received a newsletter from FinDay. So I don't know how she does those both things, but if you haven't checked that out, definitely make sure to subscribe and follow along. But while we are slowly preparing the stage, the next person, so what we're going to talk about is It Girl in Science, Biomaterials and Regenerative Medicine. And some of the most exciting breakthroughs in science today are actually happening in the intersection of biology, materials, and engineering. And they're being driven by young, ambitious researchers. And one of them is here today with us. And we will meet one of those rising voices. And it will be Ilyana Kovrilia. She is a postdoctoral researcher at the Institute of Biomaterials and Bioengineering at Riga Technical University, who is actively contributing to international projects like Premurosa and BBCE. And you can correct me if I said that out wrong, but, but all good. So the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So, hi everyone. So before coming here, actually I had some completely different vision of what I would like to talk about and what I would say. But I think this panel that we heard now would be a great introduction for, let's say, a step back. So we heard about the CEOs, what they do, their challenges at the moment and how they face them. But all of them had to start somewhere where maybe some of us are at the moment. So the early stage career, the early points, and how to push yourself to go to some different path and how to find the opportunities themselves. So as you heard the introduction, my name is Ilyana. I come from Republic of Srpska. It's a part of Bosnia and Herzegovina, so it's a Balkan country. I finished there in Serbia, or actually in a different country, my bachelor's and master's in biotechnology. But I never had any, let's say, experience with any EU project or anything of that sort of scale. So this was a completely new or abstract point for me in this point of my career and age. And then came end of master's. I had no idea what to do, what to go, where to, whom to approach. And I actually went to a completely different business. I worked in a distillery for, let's say, 2 years, making some very delicious alcohol, very different liquors. But I understood very quickly that it wasn't really for me. So it wasn't very challenging. It was a very repetitive job. And I really wanted to see what I can do, what is out there, what I can strive for, how can I push myself. And I saw I was lucky, so this was maybe one part of my experience. I was lucky to see a project that was Premurosa, and this was a Marie Curie reaction connected to Latvia. So I applied. I wrote my motivational letter that was horrible. I had maybe the lowest score on my motivational letter. But then when luckily I came to the interview point of, let's say, stage of job application. But there I showed my passion. I showed that I really want this. I showed that I have experience that can be built upon. And this was a main reason that I got chosen for this early stage career position. And in COVID, in 2020, I came to Latvia. So here starts my experience with the EU projects, with the academia actually, and the whole entire PhD process. So the goal of Premurosa, how we saw before, it was connected to the deep tech, but also to the more basic points. So there is no deep tech without research, without engineering part, without these crucial, let's say, pillars that hold the modeling and IT tech and everything later on. So in the Premurosa, there were 2 goals. As it was a Marie Curie reaction, it was a goal to train the young scientists who are going to be able later on to not only push themselves, but push the research and the technology further on. There was 13 of us in this project, and the treatment of musculoskeletal disorders was the hot topic then. So each of us had our role. We contributed, we did our research, and this was really with a goal to make some personalized medicine that can be built upon and really help patients with their specific needs, so that not that all research is going, in the very basic lab pilot work, but that we can go one step further and in our next career to build upon it. RTU's task, where I was doing my PhD, was the synthesis and characterization of biomaterials. So this is maybe the first time I went in the lab. It was a complete disaster. Everything failed, of course. But with the rigor and million experience in the synthesis, we came to the next point, which was actually that we made the biomaterial that has very good attributes for promoting bone regeneration, sorry. And we managed to increase our synthesis process from 100 milligrams that we got in the beginning to 10 grams in the end. And then we thought, okay, good, we have this setup, we have all these technologies that were always had to work, you had to work upon them. So how can we go one step further to this personalized medicine approach? So we decided to go tackle the osteosarcoma, which is the bone cancer. We chose one very popular drug, and we actually managed to incorporate it with our biomaterial. So this was a very long research. It took one whole PhD to come to this point. And luckily it worked, at least on this scale. So far it was in vitro, but of course for the in vivo or some other steps, you need more time, more finances. But the promising results were there. So we wanted to say, okay, we have now our first set of data, and for our material and the synthesis, we already started to apply the deep tech part. So we had our partners, and we developed an AI model that can actually predict at which stage of the synthesis we are. So this was a very big step. It was very new at the beginning, and as a scientist, as a young scientist who just started, let's say, I had no idea what the modeling guys were talking about. The first meeting with the two of us was two worlds. I'm saying something, this is very clear, you can see this here, and he's like, I just see peaks, some lines, squiggles, means nothing to me. And when he shows me his data, I see ones and zeros and, complete programs that, okay, good for you, this is interesting. But in the end, I really pushed myself to collaborate with him and to understand what he is talking about. And this really meant a lot for my next work and my next projects, because I learned how to talk with someone who is not from my profession. So this is also one point that you should think about. Try talking to your parents or with your sisters or brothers who are completely out of the thing you are working on. Because if you talk with them, they will say, you're going to some school, you're still in the school, so it's not a real job yet. But it's completely wrong. So if you start to explain to them what you're doing with some basic words or something, this is how you can train yourself for some small pitches later, and how you can actually build upon the progress you can make later on. So within the European projects, as a young scientist, you have a very nice benefit package that comes with the networking and the increase of your skills. And this is actually the traveling. So not only have I moved from my original home country, I really had a lot of opportunities to go do some research in other labs. So with their help and with the help of my supervisors in RTU, I spent several months in Finland, Italy, and France. But there are many conferences, many chances to meet some other people who are from different backgrounds, from different research fields, from startups, from everything else. And the key is to say yes. Do you want to go? Yes. Do you want to have a speech? Yes. It's not easy. It's pushing you out of your comfort zone, definitely, because, it's scary to stand in front of all the people who will maybe ask you something, maybe not, who knows. Maybe your cheeks will get red like I am, and then, who knows what will happen. But just say yes. And really, this is a very big step. Also, throughout my PhD, what was very good for me, and I would advise other young people who are starting, These are three main things that I set out, that I achieved. So Science Communication Awards, there's a lot of things happening now. So what I did, I really tried to participate in different international contests and to go show my research, show my institute, to represent Latvia. And this not only brought opportunities, but brought a lot of friends. And these friends gave other opportunities to me, because why not? You were doing this well, so maybe you can try this. So it was very beneficial. So, network, talk to people. Maybe it's awkward to come to someone, but really try it. Then the next step was the supervision. So in my stage of career, it's basic supervision, let's say. So supervision one-on-one, maybe one with two more people. So it's a small scale, but still, what I always try to do was think about, okay, how would I like to be treated when I was a bachelor or when I was a master? What was missing for me? What can I maybe give to my student or to my colleague or someone? So always keep that in mind. So what you missed when you were going through your research path and career, try to give this to your new mentee, for example. And the leadership in action, this comes back to saying yes. I heard about different things like cost actions, different networks and societies, and I really pushed myself to not only represent myself, but to represent Latvia, because why not? Okay, I'm not Latvian, but okay, I have some, light hair, light eyes I can pass through. So it worked. I really said yes to everything, and I managed to get some different roles in organizing conferences and scientific events and different managing committees. Then, when I finished my PhD last year, I became a part also of one big project, if you haven't heard, and this is the Baltic Biomaterials Center of Excellence, or BBC. So this is a very big, long-term strategic cooperation between foreign partners and Latvian partners, which one of them are, for example, RTU or RSU. And the team is amazing. There are so many professionals with so many different research and soft skills. And the team is comprised out of maybe even 60 or 70 people within the RTU only. And as you see here, there's a lot of wonderful ladies who make all this happen. And we have really a lot of fun. A lot of challenges come, because all the research is new, all the paths are unexplored, but still we manage to, make the most of it. So I think the main lessons that I learned was interdisciplinary collaboration, and this is how to speak a common language with someone who is not from your field. From someone who doesn't understand anything you're doing. So this is something you really need to practice. How to say some fancy words in a very, very simple way. So try, practice, and apply with your friends, if nothing. Cultural diversity. So when you're going to a different country, you're really pushed. You have no idea what to expect, where you will go, how you will find. Who knows how many times I sat on a different bus. There's a trolley bus number 3, there's a bus number 3, and you finish in some completely different thing. And then you need to try to practice, Latvian and to hone some skills, which don't really look sometimes good. But I actually found 2 friends this way. And we are still going to some, music shows or pubs. So it's not that bad to make a mistake sometimes. As we said, peer learning and mentoring and adaptability. So adaptability is hard, it's difficult. You need to push yourself out of your comfort zone. But the worst thing that can happen is you're not satisfied at that moment, but you tried. Next time, you will know, okay, I can improve this or no. And if you don't try, the answer is anyway no. So, you have really nothing to lose. And to keep in mind that the failure is going to happen. You're going to fail at something is going to be bad. A lot of things in the lab will fail, or in some pitches, for example. But if you don't do it, how do you know you will succeed next time when it really matters for you? So, it's an endless loop, but try at it. For me, for example, there are different aspirations. I would like to lead different multi-partner EU projects, and I would like to build up on my own team, which is hard. So, I need to push my research directions in a different way, so understand different parts of the science. But if I have, and if I hone the beliefs, which I also told you you should have, that the collaboration, young scientists bring fresh energy, and the science should be inclusive and impactful. I think if I, stick to this and saying yes to stuff that are interesting to me, I think it will be okay, and I think it will also be okay for you to at least try something. So, as Anna said, we are from the Eastern Europe, and we have always had women in science, even more than guys, at least in my research part. There was a lot more girls than guys, sometimes good, sometimes bad, if you look from a different perspective. But girls are here, girls will stay here. So strive for what you want, and just hope for a little bit of luck to follow you on your way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilyana, for this raw experience, your story, what you do with your research, and the things that you bring as a woman in research, and really reminding us also to say yes to things. But yeah, we have many serious topics here today. So from biomaterials and regenerative medicine, we're going to move to AI. But while the stage is being set up, I maybe wanted to take a time to ask you a question. How many of you actually use AI tools in every day now? A lot of you, right? So it's really become an everyday thing for us, and AI has been becoming to be more and more integrated in our everyday lives. So the next discussion will be exactly on that. It will be on women in AI, pioneering the future. And as you might see, so many hands raised up. You already kind of notice that AI is reshaping how we work, how we live, and how we make decisions. But behind every algorithm, every application, there are human stories. And this will be a discussion exactly on that. So I'll invite on stage our first speaker, Elina Lidere, freelance advisor to the Prime Minister on Innovation and Technology. Agate Ambolte, head of AI at Riga University. Christiane Grametinje, co-founder of Praxis Assistants. And Laura Lokmane, founder of Hospili, CPO at Cybersecurity.
Hi, everyone. Great to have you here. And I'm really happy to talk about the future, about AI future, and also the women leadership bringing that future and building it. We'll start with a personal journey. As it was said, it's behind all the algorithms, there are human. And maybe you can tell each of you how you started your tech career and what inspired you to do there, and maybe, yes, how you manage, yes, to be also to gain the leadership in the field.
So, IT career for me was the best thing that happened to me. It was the luckiest accident that I did. For some reason, I got into studying IT, and I studied it. First, I didn't know how to install Skype. I was that girl. I was always, please, I need some help with Skype installations. And but I challenged myself, so I went to study IT. After the second course, after the first course, I went above and beyond. I tried really hard. After the second course, I got my first IT job. And for 8 years, it has been a wild ride. But after those 5 years, I said that, okay, I don't want to program anymore. So I went more into helping others get into the field. And so it naturally flew into management. I for some reason, I founded 2 organizations in Liepāja, but right now I have relocated to Riga. So I was in management in a board member position for 5 years, more than 5 years, and now I'm in Riga. I'm going towards improving everywhere where I go. I start something new. So that's my special skill. But yeah, everything is connected to AI. I founded the first artificial intelligence talent program in Latvia 4 years ago. So that's where my AI journey started really, and I understood that, oh my God, how do these people exist who understand this, how to develop it actually. But now we have this program that teaches young people how to start their career in AI development. After that, 2 years later, approximately, ChatGPT came along, and I thought, yes, now everyone can have AI in their hands. So I started to help companies. I had my experience with helping in educational field already. So I thought, okay, let's help companies. Because for my 2 organizations, I decided that we're going to go AI first. And my team said, yeah, and then did nothing and didn't use it at all. So we had our challenges, and so yeah, here I am. I'm excited about IT. I'm excited about AI, and that has been my journey. All flew naturally because of one accidental.
I'm just wondering how that accident happened. What was in your mind when you chose the IT studies?
The problem with my decisions was that I was listening what others wanted me to do. My path was going towards economics, but then I'm not sure, not enough time.
Okay, sometimes it's good to listen others.
Hello, I'm Laura. Thank you for having me today. So I do not have any technical degree or like some legit studies in my pocket for tech or AI, but my journey started when I was 5 years, 6 years ago, maybe. I was an office manager in a software development company. So basically me, without any knowledge of technology, and 25 developers. So first, it was a challenge to learn how to speak their language, and then it got somehow exciting, like technology world was exciting to me. But I thought it was too late to start studies in the IT field, and then I got pregnant and went on maternity leave. And what's the best thing you can do on maternity leave is to change your career. So I found out about Riga TechGirls community and started with the program Discover Tech in 2021 while driving through the forest with a baby stroller. And I got very excited, and I actually saw myself exact roles where I can fit in this world. And then I took a next program by Riga TechGirls, and next program by Riga TechGirls, several hackathons with a big belly with a second baby, and like a lot of different things I was learning just because not somebody else wanted me to learn them, but I just was very curious about that. And like the real deal with IT and AI started last year during hackathon, Women in Tech, also by Riga TechGirls, of course. Where there was a topic, health data and AI, and I got recent experience with my baby in hospital, and I found this great idea. What could I do? And in hackathon, we developed awesome product together with 5 other amazing ladies, and it included AI. Which I built myself, the simple chatbot using the online tools you can find everybody online. And then we actually went to hospital to show what we did in this hackathon. And they said, hey, like, when can you build this? Like, this is what we need. Like, and this is how started my journey. And from that one hackathon, now it's like 2 companies have developed, like real companies. One is Hospili, which I'm leading. The tool is helping hospitals manage their staff workflow, optimize the time that they're spending on their daily routine, and also the patient communication and information. And the other company where I'm leading the specifically AI assistant platform development is Cybersecurity. It's also like they're both connected. So, but yeah, so basically without any degree, only with Riga TechGirls programs and some curiosity and experimentation, it got to serious companies at the moment. Yeah. So.
Super great story. Love TechGirls.
Hi everyone. My IT journey probably started a while ago. When I was like, I think 7 or 8 years old, I saw Microsoft Paint and I knew that, oh, that's something interesting. I might want to do something with it more later in life. Then I spent a lot of time in front of a computer when I was a teen, and then I realized, well, I should start to earn money with this. So I had my first internship when I was 16 in IT. I worked under this company that worked directly for Google. And then I think AI really just came as a natural progression when it comes to AI, IT. So I'm here today. Hello. And yeah, that's my story in 2 words.
I think that it is important for women not only to be presented in a tech sector, but also the leading the way. That's why my next question is about how you see your leadership, and did you face any challenges or in your way how others perceive you as a leaders?
Okay, I'll go for it. I have a lot of fun stories for later, for the after party. If you're
oh, that's so sad. Tell at least one.
But I think the question is about challenges, right? Or
yeah, you can share not only challenges, maybe good or bad things, some advices maybe as well. It's mostly about how you feel women as a leader in AI tech sector.
Okay, so for me, what I've observed, sometimes maybe it's just my experience, that there was this saying that first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, and then they come to you. And I've lived in all my projects through this very spectacularly, and I know that it's true. So for everyone who maybe doesn't feel seen at the moment, who doesn't feel that maybe it's funny what they're doing, or why do you approach this? Why are you thinking all these business ideas and technologies and yeah. So just go for it. So that's my experience with every single project that I've had, probably. But for leadership, I try to build upon values, and whatever comes out of the right values always is great. At least the feeling is great when I build upon values, and I'm not in it for doing the artificial intelligence program. How long can I take it? How much financing can I attract? For me, it's about the vibe, about the feeling, so that the feeling is right, so that it's built upon good values. And what happens then, all the decisions become easy, because I've had large and small companies come to me, so how much for one AI person? How much does he cost, or he or she? I said, it's not about buying heads or buying people out, it's about supporting AI education. And if you want to support this initiative, you can, but you will not buy like pieces of people. And a lot of times it's more about values and more about building something bigger than a single person or bigger than a team. And if it's on the right values, then the leadership comes naturally, or everything comes naturally.
Yeah, I can agree with you totally, and start with leadership question. And also, this is what happens very well in our team. Like as myself, I don't have any technical knowledge, so I'm no tech expert, but I have collected in my team very good tech experts, good AI experts, and we have naturally divided our roles, and we have this very deep trust in each other, that we rely on each other's skills, capabilities, and don't question each other's decisions on something. And somehow it works very well when there is a good culture and trust in each other, and like reliability on the team as it is. So, and values, of course. We also know, I don't build our products because it's AI. We just use AI because it's a logical like component of every technology solution right now in some of the steps, but not all of them. It's not like some magic. But yeah, it's not because of just building AI, because we want to solve something real, something important that's in our hearts. And about challenges, especially as I don't have any technical degree. challenges are a lot, especially in situations when I am asking for some advice from some experts in the field. I have had at least one very like negative situation, like more, but I will tell you about one when the expert who I wanted to ask the question regarding GDPR and AI, just how to do this right way. And the answer didn't start with the answer. Answer started with a counter question. What degree do you have? Like, why do you think that you can build this? Your customer is hospital? Like, I don't believe like they signed a contract with you. Like, you know, and in the end, no answer was given to me. Just like.
But that was because of your education, yes?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe it was because I'm a woman. I think it was because of that, like because there was no CV before this conversation. So who knows? Maybe I have this degree, yeah. But because I'm a lady and I have this ambition, like very high ambition, and I think that I was questioned because of that. And how to solve this kind of things? Just swallow these things and ask for another opinion. Ask for different experts. And in this scenario, I just went to bunch of lawyers, bunch of legal people to get the right answer on my question, and I got it, and I proved it, and I proved this expert wrong, that he thought it's not possible, but it's legit, it's possible, and it's working right now. Like, just keep going instead of listening to some negative.
Well, for me, I think leadership in general is quite a tough cookie to master, especially if you're I don't want to say if you're a woman, but well, that's true. You know, I like to lead with the idea that I'm a human being and I'm talking to other people and we want to have this common goal in mind. But I remember like a couple of years ago when I started to work for this company, one developer on purpose made errors in the code. And I asked him, hey, I saw a bug. And he was like, yeah, I know. I made it it's there because I just wanted to see if you're actually paying attention and you know what you're doing. So I've had situations like that, but as I'll get to mention, you know, at first they laugh at you, right? And you just gotta push through. And I think that's the best what you can do in any position.
And yeah, another thing is also regarding AI. What do you see the gender diversity, how it actually will impact also the usage and the tools of AI, and how important it is?
So for obviously the representation is what we need regardless of what technology we're talking about. Like we need representation everywhere, whether that's gender representation, race representation, and etc. Because we need to be inclusive, and especially when it comes to AI, we're building these models and we're building these tools that are, you know, we're seeing how this industry is kind of skyrocketing and becoming something big, and we need to put in very strong foundations right now in order to build great products in the future. And therefore we definitely need women, we need everybody to join on this board. But it's yeah, it's hard.
But do you mean just because we need as much as people as possible, or there is something what brings additional value in diverse teams, specifically also for AI tools?
I think when we have bigger representation, not in like headcount, but in actual representation, we miss less and less blind spots that there might be in a project or product, whatever. And yeah, I think that's the key value and the reasoning why we need more diverse teams to not miss anything.
If you have, all of you, also some examples where you have seen something missing because of that, yeah, that would be great also if you could share.
I want to contribute to this diversity importance with a little bit of historical dash of history. So why it's important to have women and men working on AI solutions. So because our brains are wired differently biologically. And like throughout our evolution, it has happened that way. That, for example, why like that when the women were taking care of children in a caves, their task was to observe the surroundings and like analyze what's happening around, right? But for men, then they were going hunting. So their main goal was to like focus on their target and to get the food. That's why it's like proven that women are preferring to drive during the day because of the peripheral vision is wider. And men prefer to drive during the night because their vision is slightly more focused, and in the night it's better to drive. So why this story? Because when you build, for example, AI solutions, right now we see a lot of very focused solutions, like very targeted problem solving, like very small focus. But when we are thinking about what AI can build, like in an agentic system, when there are large processes of businesses or societal processes where we can give this task to AI, I think that women, with our vision, with our mind, we see how these processes can be interconnected in the better way. The same as we manage our families, multitasking at the same time. I think that it's important for women to have us like in this field because of this unique skill, I think, to be able to see the bigger picture and combine like a larger amount of different processes.
I think especially also I have heard a lot of stories from scientists that for tech sector they started the new initiatives, especially in health sector, regarding the women health, but wasn't before, just because the men who worked there, they didn't have that in their daily agenda. Yeah, maybe you can comment. You work a lot now in health sector. How you see that?
I could drop in just 2 cents of my observations in all types of education. Right now, as a woman, I'm angry that there is no research, not enough research regarding women, and that's crazy. That's something I'm angry about. But okay, anger aside, when I do the AI talent program, we have approximately 10% girls, and that's not too much. It's like 3 to 5 girls is the medium for a 30-person group, approximately. So not enough. Then when I do ChatGPT or large language model education, it's women everywhere. And when we look at how to implement into organizations and large language models, again, women everywhere. Yesterday I started my Riga Student University lifelong learning course about large language models and how can we use them in depth. 30 people were in my course, 2 men. So whenever we talk about aggressively, from my experience, women are approaching aggressively new skills and new things. And whenever we add the word girls or women, it's filled, from my experience, with women are grabbing onto new knowledge in an exciting way, from my observation. When we talk about actually deeper understanding, working with advanced stuff and really digging deep, then men come through with their technical minds and whatnot. So I see that we're going in the right direction.
I have a comment on that, because once there was a Harvard University professor here in Latvia talking about how to get girls in computer science, and he told that was about the school kids, but still he told that there is a different approach how you advertise for girls and for guys, because the boys usually they like just technical names, just software names and etc. But the girls girls need a little bit more description on the value and something like that. And usually it's also that, but there's more on school kids that they need to bring in groups, the girls in groups. The guys are going just by themselves as well, but the girls more in groups. And in many cases it's not so much about the technical things, but maybe just the way how you wrote it down and advertise it actually.
Yeah, and I think a large problem are parents.
As
from
well.
from my experience, because I've had girls coming into talent programs and then the parents calling me, my girl will not be a noob.
Oh, really?
And taking them out and you do your girly things, go to dancing or whatever, not that nasty technology.
I have heard that school kids are doing that. I haven't heard that it's really like so aggressively from the parents. That's really sad, really sad. But I see that is also an issue in many cases, and yeah, that's why it's good also topic the new one about the mentorship, because yeah, that could be also from a parent side, but also how you see and maybe how to empower more women to get in tech sector and also to take a leadership role that I see is also very important, because we have quite many women in science and in really also in tech sector and even in startups are not so few if comparing in Europe at all average, but yeah, we somehow need more also women in leadership, and how to promote that and how to help to boost that confidence and gaining their leadership skills.
I'll jump in with a quick story. I try to make it quick. So, I was the most introverted person that you could imagine. I was so introverted that I usually, we had those microbuses where you had to, hey driver, stop here, I need to get out. I didn't say it. I was riding along whenever the next person will jump out. One time I was crying because I was going on a tour throughout Liepāja because nobody was. So from that introversion, so what I was doing sports, all kinds of sports. And I was still introverted, nothing changed, and then something changed. And now, when I do events, I do the largest IT conference for young kids in Latvia. It's called IT Day in Liepāja, a couple of hundred of people. I do meetups, I do discussions with wonderful people, and I do all these things, and I promote everywhere where I go. I'm thinking about a YouTube channel, how can I impact more, and do all this stuff, and communicate. And there was one changing point for me. What happened? And that happened before IT, just right before I got into IT. I went to a sports club, again, silent, not talking to anyone, just tell me what I need to do. And that specific club was game-changing, life-changing, because they were just encouraging, like, yeah, let's do this together. Let's run for a couple of hours and then see who can run so long. And those stupid things, like simple things, but creating a group and just taking care of one another and being there whenever we pull up. And I learned how to pull up, and I learned how to do all these crazy stunts on street workouts and everything. And I understood it's not about me. It's about the community that I'm in. So now wherever I go, I try and build communities with like-minded people who simply, they give ideas, they push you a little bit, they say that it's okay, they don't understand. The simple human things, that's why this AI thing will not kind of replace us all and kill us all, because we still need this human thing, and this human connection is one of the most important things to create the new leaders, because everyone has a spark inside, they just need the right group. So wherever I go, I try to create a group, a safe place for everyone, no matter how weird they are, because I was up there, top 3 weird. How about you?
Yeah, well, I completely agree about the community, power of communities. And like, I'm a real example of that. Like, I would never be here. Never would be here without Riga TechGirls. And they know it, because I tell them every time. And but also, of course, if I wouldn't go there to each meetup, to each program, to like everywhere where there's like the previous speaker was telling, like saying yes to everything. Like basically, this is my mantra as well. Like you will probably never hear me saying no, even if I don't want to really like. But I try to never say no. So, and what's also very important thing from the other side, like from community perspective, like when the community sees somebody who maybe wants something more than others, the community starts pushing this person everywhere. Like, go for this journal, go for this interview, go speak here, go speak there, and you do it because like you kind of like what else you can do, and slowly, step by step, you're built like this person who wants to do something and has these opportunities. Like this is how courage is building up through your fear, through your self-challenge, and you build your courage, and then you succeed at something. You reach some sort of success, and then you are example to other people who are a step behind you maybe, and then I see a look at you, okay, she can do it, okay, I can do it as well. So this is the magic of the community, and I think we need to more and in many cities and different kinds of, because one like this community, other like this community, and just continue doing what you are doing, especially Riga TechGirls, and other community is great as well. And Agate, what you are doing is also a lot of respect for that.
Representing Liepāja TechGirls.
Yeah.
I think everybody's pretty much self-obsessed, and everybody's conscious about how we act and how we do things. Right now, even my palms are sweaty, and I mean, I don't know what the hell am I doing up here, right? And it's scary, but I agree with you, girls, that having community, having great friends, family members that support you is great, and really believing in yourself, even though sometimes the world can be a scary place. And just push yourself and do it. Even if you end up in a room where you're the only person, I don't know, if you're the only woman or the only, I don't know, 16-year-old or whatever, it's okay. There's a reason why you are in that room, and that's what matters, I think.
What are your tips and tricks for getting courage and doing things?
That's a good question. I would really like to have answers to this specific question as well, because I'm very afraid a lot of times from public speaking. I don't like, it's just doing it, just putting yourself in that uncomfortable position, because it never gets easier, at least for me. I've been doing this for years. I still hate it every single time. But here I am.
That's so great that you are here. Yeah, talking also about the impact you all are doing as a leading in your roles. Maybe you can tell about the AI future, how you see what specifically in your field, how you see it will change the communities and what new things it will bring.
I'm the most excited one. I strongly believe that I'm the most excited person in the world about AI. But okay, so I really like this new thing that's going in. It's up in the air that Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, he said that during the next couple of years, in near future, we will have the first one-person billionaire. And this thought has excited me, because when I entered IT, I saw how from not having anything, I can get everything. And I came from a really modest background, and let's put it politely. And then when you go into IT, you understand that you have the freedom to choose what you want to do, where you want to do it, how much you want to earn for it, how much you want to develop, in which ways you want to grow. And now, when we have not only IT, but AI, we can choose what superpowers we want. So that's something that I'm really excited about, and that's why I teach and go and spread the word about AI everywhere, because this gives us such freedom that we cannot imagine. Of course, it has its costs. We need to learn, we need to understand, we need to apply, we need to dig through something that we don't understand, we need to maybe excite others, get some companions for the road. But yeah, so this is bringing us superpowers. It gives us the opportunity to be a one-man organization. It gives us opportunity to be a 1 million man organization. Whatever we want, we can access skills of the world in the palm of our hands or through our voice at this point. So that's something that I'm really excited about. And let's not even get into deep AI. So that's something amazing. We have some risks there, I understand, but still excited.
How health students feels about AI, because that is also very crucial in different industries, that they are not learning about their field, but also learning the tech skills as well, and to combine that.
I think it's holding you back if you choose not to use AI. So for Riga Students University, we were the first university who created guidelines for AI, because we need some rails on which to stay, because everything will be overridden if we will not have rails, and it still is. But so we will use it in an ethical way and in a transparent way. So that's the mantra for AI in Riga Students University. I think doctors in radiology understand it the best. You can get better results, you can get insights through computer vision, through AI, you can diagnose things a lot faster. It's just a way of how we're going to do it. The actual conversation, I think the important one is, what is the role of the doctor, and how do we raise such doctors so that we don't have a lost generation where nobody understands how to be a doctor. Well, what? Because based on the data, we can have errors and things like that. We already touched upon that. We don't have enough data about women's organisms at this point. So yeah, the thing, I don't see how you can continue to develop as a professional in any field if you don't try at least to give AI a chance and give technology a chance. So it will get more and more. So I think everyone has heard already the saying that you will not be replaced by AI, you will be replaced by somebody who uses AI. Of course, but hey, maybe that's some IT person point of view.
No, like I agree with you completely. There are things like specifically when we speak about doctors and these crucial professions, it's important then like not overusing AI, like doesn't impact your like professional skills. It's important, of course, but like talking about health industry and what is expected years ahead of us, and so many shortages of doctors and nurses, and why I'm building Hospili, because of this critical catastrophe that's coming up in 5 years, right? But AI is basically the solution that comes in right now, how you can have one doctor who acts like 5 doctors at the same time, keeping the whole control, but like the time has been made more efficient, like 5 times or 100 times or 10 times, whatever. Yeah. So it's important what we can do, especially in the health industry. I see very great potential in this. Of course, everybody needs to learn, especially older like generation. It's harder for them, and that's why we, as like a little younger generation, we need to speak a lot about AI, ChatGPT, Midjourney, whatever. Show to our parents, grandparents, godmothers, everybody, what is it? That it's not weird, it will not take away your job maybe. And yeah, but talking about these jobs, like we haven't experienced all of the revolutions in the world, but we have had them like every couple of tens of years. Like when it was like press was when the books started like to press, everybody was scared of that. Then there was like industrial revolution, everybody was scared of that. Of course, a lot of people lost some jobs, but at the same time, many new professions were established. Like the world just changed, shifted a little bit, and then the internet came, and people were also afraid and thinking about what will happen. And right now, everybody is using internet, like old people, young people, everybody. And right now, we also are afraid that okay, so many of us we will lose our jobs. And yes, some of us will lose our jobs, but if we like learn the new thing, adapt to it, and flow with the world together, like I'm sure that everybody can find their new, a little bit modified role in this world again. So just need to continue learning, and if you know how to do it, your task should be to help others around you pull with you, together with you.
Yes, I think that people usually are afraid from the things they don't know, and it's actually if you start at least to try, it's becoming much easier and really nothing so much to be afraid of. Like for example, in the old times, people were afraid of trains as well because it goes so fast you can lose your soul. How about you?
I think the future is looking very promising and beautiful and colorful and scary at exactly the same time, which is good. But I think, especially coming from as a person that I also work in health tech field, and it's fun to work together with doctors and see how AI is already shaping the industry, especially when it comes to rare diseases and how you can get faster and get help faster, or as a patient, from these doctors that are using AI and AI tools, and how they're being specialized for doctors. And I think the part that I'm very excited about in AI and in the future is the research, really, the scientific research. I think it's going to be great in the upcoming years. Obviously, everybody's talking about agents. We're going to have assistants, AI assistants. How cool is that? Yeah, that's exciting. But I want to see.
It is.
Yeah, that is. But like, I want to see the real life applications of it. I really want to see how AI is, making our lives better. Not only even now OpenAI has the task ability to schedule tasks. For example, I do like random tasks, but I really want to see the application of like how these products can make our lives actually better. So yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah, I think that will be a next big AI revolution, the applications, not only science so much. But I totally love usually to speak about the future. That's my passion. How you see the 5-10 years from now with AI? What will happen?
I think, really, the first thing will be the agents again. Then probably practical AI, I would say, and more robotics and like hardware stuff that we see around in our society. But yeah, I think further developments, faster, better, bigger models, and everything that will really lead us in the new future. But 5-10 years, well, that's a good question, because everything's moving in kind of exponential way, right? But for how long can it be and move in that direction? That's like a philosophical question here. But yeah, I think physical hardware AI is something that I'm very excited about in 5 and 10 years.
In 5 to 10 years, I think we need to have some sort of a bad thing happen to us to bring attention to because right now the discussion on regulations versus innovations is really hot. Something bad is about to happen. And actually, there's a really good book about AI from Mo Gaudet, who said that if we talk about real systems, and right now I'm not calling ChatGPT real, but the real implementations of AI, we will make mistakes, and that's about to happen really, and it's going to have a world impact. Because people are putting mistakes, and each country is building their own AI, and probably, according to data, we should have artificial general intelligence in next couple of years. That's less than 5 years. So let's see who's recording. But that's not my calculations. That the smarter people than me, definitely. And so we're gonna have. That will be the first time when in human history we will have something that is smarter than us. Again, by the calculations that are also in the book in detail. Scary Smart is the name of the book. And they say that after the moment that we will have artificial general intelligence, we will have something that's smarter than humans, imagine that humans are flies and AI is in the level of Einstein. So this will be the level that the difference in how we think. How to explain to Einstein that we need to keep the flies even though they are,
But we are still keeping the flies.
you know how people be. That's the reality of life that's gonna happen. We're about to make mistakes. Something is about to go wrong because the systems are getting stronger. Everyone has a model at home, can have a model at home doing stuff and accessing the internet. So that's one path. The other path, like you mentioned, yeah, it's beautiful sunshine, butterflies, and then there's death. Total destruction. But the butterfly side is that we have superpowers. This is the best time that we're living in. I can't imagine. I'm so happy that I'm living, actually alive, in this specific time on planet Earth. That we can be anything that we want, and we have these superpowers. And of course, yeah. More practical use cases, more people who understand technology. What I've heard from leaders, I listen a lot to what leaders are saying, that simple jobs will disappear. It's irresponsible to say that AI will not replace jobs, because it will, definitely. Of course, the simple jobs are first ones to go.
I hope not to work, just to have vacations.
And also,
agents are working for me.
And also the expensive jobs are going. Those are also first, because actually, if it's cheaper for a person to do it, they will keep on flipping stuff and then putting it together. But the expensive jobs are what the directors and CEOs and innovation people are looking at, how to replace those, because those bring a lot more money back to the companies. So the easy jobs are just gone. The expensive jobs, they will try to replace them. So it's a big moment of transformation. Every person and society as a whole will need to become really fast, aware of things and what's actually going on. So yeah.
Yeah,
I see that
this was a whole discussion and time is up already.
For the after party.
Yeah, and the questions are in after party. Sorry. Do we have for after party?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful pictures. Thank you so much for the panel discussion, for talking about what's in the industry, also painting the picture of a really, how to say, not very happy future potentially with the general AI. Well, thank God we are at agents, right, currently. But yeah, thank you for this. So today we have already touched upon AI. We've touched upon supercomputers that might, be underneath the general AI eventually. We've touched upon biomaterials, medicine as well. But now it's time to move on to defense and cybersecurity. When we talk about defense and cybersecurity, we a lot of times think about the technology itself. We think about the hardware, the material things. But what actually is at the core are humans and people who are making high-pressure decisions in real time. And in this next panel, we will hear from women who are leading in both uniform and digital transformation. From commanding battalions to shaping national security strategies, their experiences highlight the human side of tech and defense. So let's welcome them to the stage. And the first one, I will invite Anne Heim, freelance reporter at TechCrunch. Welcome. Second is Antonina Bliodone, National Armed Forces Joint Headquarters Battalion Commander Colonel. Liene Viituola, co-founder at Oruga. Eva Ilves, advisor, Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine and Latvia. and Beate Krause-Čebotar, CEO of Immunity.
Well, thanks a lot for the introduction. I agree, it's a wide panel, so we have military and civilian, we have cybersecurity and defense, and I'd like to start with an overview that will also give you a sense of the role models that we have here. So starting from that end, Beata, if you can introduce yourself and your company, please.
Yeah, hi, I'm Beate. I never thought in my life that I would be in defense sector, to be very honest. So I have been working in banking, in e-commerce, and yeah, now I'm heading the small caliber manufacturer in Latvia, which is totally offline and called Immunity. So, but I think it's a very great challenge and a great mission to do.
In short, what happened?
Well, I was kind of heading the local postal operator, and then I understood that it's very hard to work in a state-owned company with where you need to be actually in competitive environment and head the company, which is not exactly modern, and where the shareholder expects you to work with the profit by keeping a lot of postal offices. Then I understood that I need a new challenge in my life, and somehow headhunters found me and asked me to join this, but I understood that defense is actually a sector where we need to be strong as Latvia, because we cannot afford to be weak, unfortunately, due to the fact who we have as our neighbors. So that's the reason why I joined.
And staying with you for another second, in retrospect, were there things in your life that made you think, okay, now that makes sense that I ended up there, or?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because I think that that me and now I have a great team. We can really make an impact and actually have Latvia as a leader in manufacturing in the middle of the Baltic states. I think that give us one more year and then we will show a really great result.
Great. Well, Yeva, your turn. Similar questions.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm from Latvia, but I worked for the last 2 years with Ukraine on digital policy and cybersecurity. And my professional career, I've been always around security policy. I started in mid-90s working for Foreign Ministry, and I worked on security policy department called back then. And we had in profile disarmament, arms control, NATO, OEC, and then different international institutions, all related to security policy packed in one department. But sort of biggest job back then in 90s was Latvia's integration into NATO or membership into NATO. And I think I have been, not because I have consciously decided that I want to be security defense policy expert or work in that field. I actually wanted to work in foreign policy, and that's where I started. But I think naturally, looking back now in history with the wisdom, you are always smarter when you look back. I think that, I mean, it makes sense because the most critical role for foreign policy or task of our foreign policy back then, and also as it stands today, is actually Latvia's security. And so foreign ministry's goal number one is and should be a security policy, whichever institutions that require. And it was probably by coincidence that I started there, but that's where I've been all my career.
And a quick follow-on for you again. I saw on your LinkedIn like something like cybersecurity is defense. So do you even object to the title of our panel? To keep them separate? Is it the same thing?
I think today it is the same thing because it's very difficult to separate defense from civilian part of the world, because we are vulnerable as societies with very many civilian tools. And so we have to defend those, you know, starting from communications. That's nothing to do with defense. But we're going to lose communication. We're going to be really in a very deep trouble in the sense that we will have a lot of loss. And, you know, if you follow the news, the famous blackout recently in Spain and Portugal showed how vulnerable our societies when they are just having a blackout of energy. So it is difficult now to separate.
Great. Well, going on with the introductions, Olga.
Hello, my name is Liena Vītola, and I have co-founded a startup, Oruga. that is developing a single-track off-road mobility platform. Technically, we have not entered the defense industry yet, but we are working on our first product, that is Unitrack, which is the single-track off-road electric motorcycle, also showcased downstairs in the booth. That is actually solving this versatility gap that forces other professionals to predict weather, to predict terrain, to predict nature that is unpredictable by default. So we also, I'd say we started with the focus on the off-roads, and off-roads has many faces, but apart from this fun and entertainment and having this outdoor adventure part, there is also this other side where people lives are threatened. And also this geopolitical situation we are having has shaped our roadmap, and we are responding to the signals we are receiving from the industry. Our role now is to listen, to build, to validate, and then enter the defense field with already scaling up our manufacturing.
Yeah, so if you haven't seen the prototype, go check it out downstairs because it's really impressive. Antonina?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Antonina Bludan. I'm Colonel. I'm National Armed Forces Joint Chief Battalion Commander. Being in defense, it's my choice from the very early age. Actually, as far as I remember myself, I always want to be in defense. After 27 years of service, I can say, of course, when I started, I didn't think to be the leader. My aim was just to serve the country, but with the years, I developed myself, and now I'm commander of battalion. And cybersecurity as a domain in military, in the past, yes, it was just land, air, and navy, but right now cybersecurity is also a domain, and it's also the part of defense.
Mm-hmm. Is cybersecurity part of your responsibilities?
Partially, because under the mine battalion, there is a signal support center, and we do responsible about all information system of National Armed Forces and about its security as well.
Mm-hmm. Great. So, Yeva, going back to you again with this overlap between defense and cybersecurity, do you think it's a way to bring more women into the field? Because presumably there are more civilians in cybersecurity that are women.
Of course, I think there is always a way. I think there's a lot of these tech-related professions, including cybersecurity, where we are lacking women presence. And I think there is not really any sort of natural barrier why women could not be doing that. You know, one can argue that maybe some physical jobs are or not, and that discussion has been on military, and it's also that the case that, you know, women can do the same military jobs as you can see very well here. But I think less so in technical, right? In technical equally, you know, women can do the same job, and that's just something that we have to really encourage. Because cybersecurity, as I keep advertising everywhere, it's maybe not so in the government side, but in the private sector is a very well-paid job. And that's where you lack a lot of specialists, and that should be something that women should strive to go for.
Yeah, I saw you shaking your head no. In military too, right? Women can find a place, I'm sure.
No, actually, I think it's nowadays it's not a question anymore, and I think those biases we already some still in air. Be honest, I'm still, but comparing like how it was 20 years ago and now, it's a day and night, and nowadays we are really looking for abilities, for knowledge and skills. It's not gender, not anymore.
Yeah, but sometimes the barriers are ourselves. So, Beate, for instance, how did that feel to think, okay, now I'm doing defense?
Well, you know, there's definitely bias in the beginning for me, because even in Latvian Ministry of Defense, when I said that, hey, I'm now the new CEO of the company, they said, okay, let's see what you can do. Okay, then now I have built the trust, but of course it's a very manly business, and the funny thing is when you arrange meeting with foreign partners, usually it's majority of the people in the room are men, and usually when they also don't understand, like, well, what is your name? Is it like male or female name? Then I have been in the meetings where all the men shake hands and start discussing and think that I'm like a secretary or somebody. But I mean, this is just the way it is. But it's again, I feel it's getting better. And as long as you have some track record to show, it really makes sense and people treat you differently. But I think what I see from my perspective, that we are really lacking the people in all levels of defense, in the army, in cybersecurity, as Eva said, even in our field. So we are really lacking the talent who would know how to work in the military, what is the military, even, you know, some daily tasks what the soldiers are doing. And my main priority is actually for upcoming months to hire somebody with ex-military experience, because I have so many people who don't have that, but who have like the willingness to understand and do things. And I have talked today with some other people in Latvia defense sector, and they are saying the same thing. They actually really need to have a talent who would be interested, because they have 5 open positions and actually people don't apply to them. And a lot of people are scared actually to apply for defense, because they think, oh, it's so complicated. But I mean, it's something you can learn.
And do you have any advice on earning trust when it's not easy and not obvious? Anything that worked for you? You said track record, but
yeah, but I think you can learn anything as long as you have like the willingness and the right attitude. I think so. It doesn't matter if it's the defense sector, because actually, I think defense sector is something where we each and every one of us needs to learn something that would benefit the country in case of an emergency. And this is something that actually has been for a very long time already, like in Soviet Union, done, but we have forgotten it. Because my friend, actually, she started to work in a library, and there are those old ladies who are like 60 and something years old, and they are like librarians by their education. And it appeared that actually all of those ladies who have gotten their diplomas like 30 and 40 years ago, they have additional education, so they are like war nurses. So at the same time, so they were given a diploma of librarian, but at the same time they were also trained for half a year to be a war nurse. And I think, you don't have to be a nurse, but I mean, there are many skills that I think we all should learn in order to be safer.
Mm-hmm. And your title is CEO, but Lena, in your case, does it help or confuses people that your title is co-founder? Like, oh no, I want to talk to the other co-founder.
You know, we are in the early startup stage, and I have many hats, and actually those titles doesn't matter too much. Technically, I call myself a COO. I'm in charge of operations as well, but the day-to-day operations, they differ, and I can be everything and each another day something else. But my own experience with this perception of me being a woman in the room filled with men has been very different. My experience is that if you enter the room and nobody knows who is who, and there is, for example, 19 men and 1 woman, then things flow. When we all are strangers, there is no problem with me being a woman, and in a matter of fact, I even tend to forget that I'm a woman. I do not enter the room as a woman. I enter the room as a professional, and I do what I'm supposed to. But on the other hand, I have had opposite experience when this is a small room and you are entering the room with your male colleagues. Then the opposite party that is receiving you sometimes automatically assumes that in charge is some of your male colleagues. This is something that happens, but I do not see this as too much of a problem, because still you enter the room to do your job.
Mm-hmm. And Antonina, you said you didn't think that you would necessarily have a leadership role, but what would be your advice for women who know they want one?
There's a difference between know and can, right? Not all of those, sorry, yeah. those who would like to have this leadership skills and I don't know, gene or yeah, but just be disciplined and just follow your dream and continue to educate and develop yourself, because I'm kind of was listening and thinking, yes, civilian world, especially nowadays, all of us need to think how we can defend our country. And one thing, it's if you're in the military, it's easy, it's your job, and you know what you will be doing in case of crisis or war. But another thing, if you're a civilian, you have the different possibilities to be the like reserve soldier or National Guard. And all of us, we need to think, how to say, what to do in case if. But there's another thing what I was thinking. We are militaries, we're not like purely military. We also develop ourselves. For example, I do have the master degree in Riga Technical University in telecommunications, and we how to say, even answering the question, being a leader, you're supposed to grow every single day to learn something and to strengthen your position.
Just my follow-on, because you said as long as you can, but women tend to doubt themselves. So on the other hand, how do you know you can?
Yes, it's true. I doubt myself as well for the years, and somehow I realize even other guys was saying you're good. I said maybe not good as you, and maybe it's not my turn. But then I realized, just looking back, there was several tasks or issues, and I was somehow, I wasn't the first who said I'll be the leader, but seeing that nobody is doing, I think no. It means it's my turn. I'll do it. Who else if not me? I just took this initiative.
There's a question I don't want to ask, which is why do we need women in that? Because I think it's fairly obvious that, well, it's half the world population and we need all hands on deck pretty much. But flipping the question, Eva, what's in it for women? You said good salaries. I mean, what else?
Well, in general, I think if we take out the technology part, actually technology has this magic opportunity to combine many things. And again, I also appeal to women who spend more time at home and with families or with kids or have times off with kids. So technology is incredible opportunity to keep going, because you don't have to be physically somewhere. You don't have to, you don't have to overcome these obstacles. And the second thing is that, as much as we say that we are the same as males, we also have our approach and the way women see the world, also empathy part, value part, prioritization. So it's super important that when we build technology solutions, when we build also security solutions, when we define what is security, that there are presence of women opinion, women leaders, women companies, people who run, because we see slightly different the priorities. And it's not a question whose priorities is right. The question is how do we shape products, services, our country, where we integrate both opinions, when we onboard, because that's when we probably get the better version out. So I think it's important for women to be in those jobs to make this sort of end result servicing women or servicing women's priorities or, being more aligned with that vision. So if you can see sort of that you are also part of who changes that environment.
That actually reminds me of a conversation I had about women casualties and how we don't really account for women bodies in being different in terms of needing first aid. So that was fascinating. And Liana, I was wondering, in terms of your prototype, does that influence that you think that women might use Orga as well, or?
Like sorry, you mean like
in terms of the design? Do you test with women and men, or?
We will definitely test this with the women and the men equally, and I also agree with Eva with the opinion that if
something that we are working on, and it doesn't matter even the industry, is something that is meant for people. The people's opinions needs to be present, and in word people there are both men and women. Therefore, this is how to make better decisions, and this is how to make more sustainable solutions and products. And what concerns our bike downstairs, I cannot wait myself to ride it. So yes, it will definitely keep in mind the geometry and the design that is suitable also for women drivers.
Yeah, because in cars we already see it, so it's interesting to see in terms of devices.
If I can add just another motivation, if you push really hard this argument that women have to be, then additional one is just do it for your daughters. Because your daughters are growing up, and the products and services, the internet, the technologies that they're gonna use will be the ones that will be defined and designed by also bearing in women's minds. So if nothing else appeals, and if you have a daughter, think of that. It is really that world that they will have to step in. And I think we are already in more privileged era comparing to our mothers or grandmothers, right? We have by far more opportunities. And there were women who fought for those opportunities or contributed that we are now enjoying. So I think it's our also obligation in front of our daughters to build, especially because this is a century of technology. So that is something where we have to be present and we have to influence it.
Antonina, in your day-to-day, do you see things where you're like, oh, I wish women had looked at that design? I saw some controversies on even clothing and things like that.
Somehow you touch the painful topic, right? Of course, everything, even this uniform, it's made for males, and even body armor. But we do have the project in 2 years. There will be the uniforms also for women and special body armors, because somehow in this part of body, chest is different from men. It somehow happened, and also it's too short for us, and if we will be injured during the war, we'll be bleeding in 2 minutes and we'll die. But yes, now we somehow for years squeezing our bodies into the male uniform, and everything is made for males, of course. But we do have plan. It's a good thing that there's a plan for it, and Ministry of Defense they are seeing it, and it's hard to say, but thanks of Ukraine experience, we do learn from Ukraine a lot, and Ukraine army thought, yes, we need to care about women as well, about our uniforms, protection, weapons, all systems.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Eva, is it also something you see in your work with Ukraine that it's more advanced in some way?
Well, to discuss and bring maybe Ukraine as in the gender question is very difficult, because you have to realize that most of the men are in the front line. And so the country has to basically operate on women's shoulders, because the women has to take up the positions and roles and jobs that maybe previously was more occupied by men. So I don't want to say that a war is a good way to learn, but Ukraine, of course, Ukrainian women do incredible jobs, and then of course I think are inspiration for everyone in so many ways.
Mm-hmm. And Beata, who do you take inspiration from? Because what we were saying was really reminding me of my grandmother, so I don't know.
Well, you know, I usually get inspired by people around me and people who have really committed some things. And now I'm like talking about Ukraine. I'm really inspired how the country is doing. I think in so complicated circumstances, and especially with the people, because I think, yeah, we have learned a lot. I think in my area of business from Ukraine as well, and what we understand that of course. The war itself and technologies are getting more online, and there are many new solutions, but at the end of the day it will always be a soldier who will put the flag on the territory that he has freed from the enemy. And so we all, not depending if we are men or women, we must do our best to help to develop technologies to save the lives.
Well, that's a great note to end on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Picture. Yep. If you allow me, can I also take a picture with you? One. This is a panel you cannot.
More.
Of tech education. So we all know that talent is universal, but unfortunately, tech education isn't accessible to everyone. And this is why this specific conversation is very important. So our panelists are working at the intersection of technology and education, whether it's through school programs, higher education, and policy. And together we'll explore how we build strong pipelines for future STEM leaders and how we ensure that tech doesn't just reflect the present, but truly shapes a better future. So let's welcome our next panelists. The first one being Anda Priedita, Executive Director at IT Education Foundation. Welcome. Linda Daniela, Professor, Dean of the Faculty of Pedagogy, Psychology and Arts of University of Latvia. Dana Narvaisha, Head of LMT Educational Initiatives, member of the Augt Foundation Council. And last but not least, Elchin Jafaro, the founder of Datorium. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I think this has been a long day, and thank you that you are still here. We are pleased to be here as well. And today, over the next 30 minutes, we will explore which technologies are most impactful in school, what technologies we should bring in school, why, and what challenges do we face when doing it. But before we start, I would like to know opinion of our audience, and that's why I want to ask one question at slido.com. Please open slido.com, enter the code or scan QR code, and you can start answering the question. And the question for you will be, which technology do you think has the biggest potential to transform STEM education in the next 5 years? So, so I hope that you see the question. No, it's not. I think that's not the right question.
These are names of AI models.
Yeah. Okay. No, it is the right question. And while you answer the question, I will introduce you with our panel. And I would like to ask our panelists to shortly tell about your background, what are you doing, and why are you interested in STEM education and technology. Yeah, let's start with Linda.
Start with me. It's on? Okay. Okay, hello everyone. I'm not here for all day, so it's not so boring for me. Regarding technologies, originally I am not from the STEM field, I am from educational field, but I decided that technologies are needed in schools, and that's why we developed a study program in our faculty, study program called Technologies and Innovation for Education, and we use all of those you mentioned here, and it's aimed for educators to learn how to teach students with robotics, with 3D printing and so on, and also for students of bachelor level level, they learn how to use that. So that's my connection with STEM and with technologies. So I'm not able to code or whatever should be done there. So your turn.
Yeah, Elchin, please.
Thank you. My name is Elchin, and I was working in corporate sector, mostly in finance, but parallel also doing some lectures, actually at Latvian University, then RTU, then other universities, including Riga. And I was always interested in education. And it was a time when I decided that I want to go with education, and technology was one of the most hot topics then, right? And then I decided that I want to go to the direction where technology meets education, and this is how Datorium was formed. So now we are around 35 people in Datorium and working and making the EdTech, actually, working EdTech. It's not just words, but we are really applying that. And talking about STEM, I think STEM is really important. Why? Because, in fact, all the technologies are, STEM means actual technology, and we're going to talk about those things later. But I think that is important. And I also teach STEM at schools. So that's also my background a little bit.
Yeah,
thank you.
I have a microphone. I'm Dana. I'm also from education, and I like to define myself as a change agent in education. And to be a change agent, of course, you have to consider everything that happens in the world, and especially technologies and STEM. And one thing what I want to change already when we talk about technologies and STEM, I want to say and show that technologies are everywhere, everywhere. So STEM is not only as a separate field, and maybe we sometimes look at it not in the right way. Like we look at sports, arts, music, design, and then there's humanitarian sciences, and then there is STEM. But what I want to say that STEM and technologies are in all these areas. I would say it's like base for everything else. There is no concert, music concert. There is no art gallery. There is no sport event or sport field where there wouldn't be STEM and technology. So this is what I try to change now. And I also encourage everybody to maybe not to say to students, hey, come to STEM and learn STEM, but it's missing, no? But let's say that if you are interested in cosmetics, or if you're interested in art, hey, learn STEM. You will reach more. You will do more. So so let's bring technology and STEM everywhere, and that's what I want to talk about.
Okay, thank you, Dana. And I am Anda. I work at IT Education Foundation, and we want to inspire students to learn IT and later to work in that field. And to do so, we try to support teachers, schools with resources, materials, and so on. So maybe we can see once more the results of Slido, just to see what you think. Is it possible? Yeah. I think it's not very a big surprise that AI is at the first place. But I want to ask a similar question also to our panelists. If you could choose, which technology would you choose and why? Let's start with Elchin. I think that you will probably something similar say.
Yeah, I feel now there is a small problem because I wanted to surprise you, but you all know already that AI is the next thing, right? So there is no surprise. Actually, I have to say that we are now working with AI in education. So we are now the leading AI provider in Latvia, and we're becoming also in Baltics, at least I think, for teachers. And what does it mean? It means that AI has not just, it's a buzzword, but it has a transformative actually power. And we see that in action. So that's why I would say that I agree with the audience in this case. And if we are talking about AI in education, so let me tell you maybe today you have heard a lot about this AI and AI. I think you're tired of that, right? AI. But I want to tell one very, very small story. So as the Torium, we also do a lot of STEM education in schools, at schools in a hybrid format. Like for you to know, it's around 100 schools right now, around 5,000 to 6,000 students every week we are teaching them. And we also visit schools. When I visit schools, I ask the audience, like school children, if you wish, like 14 to 18, something like this. So what is AI? You know, and in 90-some% of cases, I don't hear any answer related to STEM. I hear like AI it's an intelligence, it's an artificial, it's like something, right? But what is AI? Actually, as you told, AI is actually the application of STEM, a direct application of STEM. So I think using application of STEM itself in STEM education is important because that really shows us how it works. Yeah, anytime we write something in any ChatGPT or something, what is that? It's matrix multiplication, it is chain of mathematical functions, right? It's not a human who is thinking there. So that is STEM itself. So from that perspective, I would like schools to more integrate real applications of STEM at schools. And AI is one of them, to use that responsibly, ethically, and meaningfully. That is important. So not just, I don't know, copy or make your essays, but learn how to use this powerful, transformative tool to actually grow or to make something even faster, to make your changes faster, right? So that's very important. So yes, I absolutely agree with the audience. And if here we have some educators, if you haven't done so, please tell your students what is AI and show them what is STEM. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And everything is in AI, actually. AI is based on that. So that's my short.
Thank you, Elchin. Dana, how about you? What would you answer?
I wanted to protest this question because, of course, the first answer comes into my mind is AI. But when I see all the other tools, I really want that they all stay and they have an impact, like also 3D printing, and they need to collaborate between each other. Like you can't just live with AI tools, you know, forever. So I really want them all stay and that we use them more and more. So that's why I wanted to protest the question. I wouldn't probably answer.
Thank you, Linda.
Okay. For me, as I'm not from the field of technologies, AI is a bit magic, of course, but as a person who has developed the program, introduced a lot of technologies in our faculty for teachers, for educators, my deep concern is that AI should be used at schools, but a lot of teachers are afraid of that because of academic honesty, because of those essays they are writing. So, and in my opinion, the switch should be that teachers are not afraid of that. Teachers are using it. Teachers are teaching students how to use it. Teachers explain where is STEM, where is history, where is hallucinations, whatever there can be. So I think there is a big gap in that, what is going on in the field of technologies and what is going on in schools right now. In my opinion, we have to narrow this gap and teach teachers and encourage them.
Thank you. About AI, maybe someone can tell like real life example where we can use it in school, like in good way. I think, Dana, you have example.
I have an example with essays. So how I would do that. So first of all, I would ask AI to give me several examples of good essay. Maybe I would give criteria so they do what I want. Then I would give to students all these essays and ask to define good criteria or prompt for AI. So when they read those essays, they find the criteria, define them, and so they have a prompt that they need to use at home using AI, giving this prompt in and asking for very qualitative essays, and then they need to read them and learn the phrases and go over and over and as many as they can. And when they come back to school, they write an essay based on those criteria. And if you have trained with AI as many times as you want, you will have phrases, you will have criteria in your mind, and then you can create your essay. And I would give them also a topic. For example, I don't know, animals. You can, practice with AI on different animals, but when you come to school, you don't know which animal you will have. So if you train more, then you are more prepared. So this is how I see that you involve AI as a necessary part in training, not something that we don't allow to do.
Elchin, you want to add?
Yeah, can I add? I actually really agree with you that it can be part of the education process, but of course we have to be careful with the biases, ethics, and so on, which is really important, and this is up to technology people to do. But I want just to add one more application. For example, we have created the Turim AI. First, we did that for teachers. Now, imagine teachers, they are waiting for books, when books will be updated and so on. And plus, they need a lot of exercises and a lot of things to do, right? And plus, they have a lot of things to write, all these criteria and so on. So we have automated that. Now, instead of spending 2 hours writing these things or preparing for the lessons, repetitively, in a routine way, they do that now in seconds and minutes. They just generate. Because when we talk about AI, actually it's a buzzword. In fact, right now we are talking about generative AI. These are generators. They generate images, they generate text, right? They don't think as we think, probably. And actually we don't know how they think. So using this is really also very useful. And now imagine what you told. Imagine, actually this is what we will release from September, because we were waiting the European AI Act to be clear to us also, and now we are clear with that. So imagine now teachers giving students not to work only with books, but you are working with some dynamic model, which is an AI. You can ask and get answer. Plus, AI can know, so in our model, you will see that in September also, the new one, for students. Students will be able to train, to interact with the model, and this model calibrates student and knows that, hey, here are the knowledge gaps, let's fill it. And it can be individualized. This is really a very powerful thing, I think, if used in the right way.
Linda?
Okay, I don't have examples from school, but I have examples from students. Our students who are students of program for technologies for education, they are allowed to use whatever they like to regarding technologies. So, for example, they have a task to develop platform. So they can use AI, they use that. Some of them are clever, they understand what's going on there, but some of them are, let's say, not so clever. So they use AI, and then one part is working. Once you put another part, it stops working. So it's a learning process to understand what's going on. So they have to learn why it's not working, and I think it's a very wonderful learning process. They should understand why the code is not working, what's wrong with that, and it's my example.
Yeah, thank you for your examples, and I agree that AI is like great tool, but I like that Dana said that we shouldn't forget about all the other kinds, and for me, I really like robotics because I'm a physics teacher, and so there are so many theoretical concepts that you can bring to life through programming, and then I see how it's work in real situations. But to bring all those technologies in classroom, Linda, you already said that there is like sometimes teachers need to learn as well, and then there's some they are not always like really open to that. What are the biggest challenges to schools, to teachers?
Wow, robotics, I also like robotics. It's my first friend in technologies, robotics. But challenge in school, I think that schools are, at the moment, they are in big stress. So they have a lot of tasks. They have to do a lot of things, and they are thinking that if they will start with robotics, they will lose time and they will not teach something. Somehow I think that they don't see that use there, that they can learn formulas, they can learn programming, they can learn mathematics, and teachers have to learn that. And other issue is that it's really my personal opinion that we put a lot of effort on Latvian phenomenon, which is out of school education. In my opinion, all those interesting things like robotics, programming, activities should be brought in school, in lessons. Otherwise, we are teaching those boring things in school, and then it's out of school activities. And that's a challenge where and when and how put all these things together.
Yeah, Elchin, you also work with schools a lot. How do you see the problems?
There are different aspects, but let me concentrate on one very clear aspect, right? So we teachers, we're humans, right? We have limited time, we have our own private lives and so on. So there are a lot of things except teaching, teachers also do, like administrative things and so on. Plus they are teaching in class, they have to manage the class, they have to deal with social issues and so on and so on. And technology is evolving very fast. I mean, it's evolving or developing or exploding. I don't know which word will be the right one, but it is really exploding fast. So teachers, not all of them, they have enough time to catch up with all this recent knowledge. Yes, we can do trainings. We try to do trainings. Ministries does trainings and so on. But it requires a lot of additional time and effort from teachers, right? Which is understandable. Now, what would be my wish, what we try also do, or I do in my classes also. For example, we have mathematics, we have physics, and we have programming. So why not integrate more of that programming into physics, into mathematics? Why not to integrate robotics into physics class? And yeah, why not actually? And show the kids or youth how this is really works. Not just formulas, this is the formula, right? But really works. And by the way, we also use, for example, virtual labs for that. Some say that it's not that efficient, but honestly, at start, they are very efficient. You see how electricity flows and so on. So I think the problem right now, the challenge coming back to this, is that we really have to probably inform more teachers, and plus it will not help. I think we have to have a collaboration. So government should collaborate also, I think, with the private sector, because we have these technologies to bring in, and we can directly bring in these technologies, immediately show how it works with the students, right? So that's also a very important aspect, because integrating into different subjects STEM issues or technology things require certainly also qualification and knowledge. And so that's also an option, actually, which can help to solve this challenge.
Thank you. Dana, what are your thoughts?
First of all, I agree with both of you, but one thing that I want to say, technologies are challenging. They are hard. If we take a phone, it's not easy. If we take computer, if we take a car, actually technologies are not easy. But when you have this motivation and you see how phone can help you, like you want to drive a car, then you are willing to learn, willing to go those steps further, even though it's difficult. But when we look at the school, and Elchin already mentioned that there's so many tasks that teachers have to do, and then you need to acquire this VR glasses, and whenever you try, there's like always something happens, and then you don't see that it really helps you or kids, because it really takes many steps forward to, so that it becomes a part of learning process. And I think that there is this disbalance, and what Elchin also said, that the technologies develop so fast, and you learned Kahoot, and teachers use Kahoot like every year and every subject, like what they learn, they really use, and it it takes time when they learn, they use, but if there comes like Kahoot, Mentimeter, Slido, like so many other things, they don't catch up. And one of the solutions is actually maybe prioritize, and the other one is to give experience to teachers. What I have seen, when teachers use things themselves, they experience as a user, then they bring it to the classroom and they use it. But they can't learn in the classroom and then bring it to class, not in the classroom, but in professional development, and then bring it to classroom and teach. It's difficult. It's even impossible. So the first step is that teachers use it in everyday life, experience it, and then they will do all the rest. So, but this is challenging, how to give them this experience so they feel this, bonuses.
Thank you. Time is really flying by. We have 5 minutes left. So I want to ask you, what is like your vision for future, for STEM education? How do you imagine, like, I don't know, physics or chemistry or math classroom after 5-10 years? Will it look the same, or will it be unrecognizable?
I think it's too far.
It's too far.
Yeah, because we see what has changed since, let's say, 2022, when again started. Of course, AI didn't start on 2022, but it's like rebirth of it. Can we say that? I don't know. But from 2000, it's 2025, May, not end of 2025. And if you are asking 8 or 10 years, I think it's a bit hard to say, but I strongly believe that we will have something new, definitely something new. But what? I'm not ready to say. Maybe you are.
Yeah, but I want to challenge you a little bit, because we know that in schools we tend to stick to all the things, and if you look at the classroom 100 years ago and now, okay, there is like maybe some speakers, and then there's like a big screen, but it looks the same. Students are sitting there listening to the teacher, and nothing has changed in the core. It's the same. So do you think that in 10 years there will be some drastic change?
I wanted to say this because I'm really, really afraid that nothing will change. And there was, the COVID crisis. Like, it wasn't just few months. It like, for 3 years, my kid was studying at home, and then he goes back, and nothing has changed. And now AI, like, this is my worry, actually, but I really, really hope that there will be crisis, as we heard before, also in discussion before. I really hope for the crisis, probably bigger one, because COVID wasn't enough. And that we will really change systems in school. And the first step, actually, what I see is that kids in school, but I don't mean building, they use technologies and knowledge that is already today. And what I say, if you use technologies that are used today, you will never miss the future. So that's our first step, because we are running behind now, but we really need that students, like if there is 3D printer in industries, then they're using it. They're solving problems using it. If there is AI, they start to use it. And that's how I imagine school after 10 years. Let's hope for the crisis.
Thank you, Elchin.
Okay, let me formulate this way. So it's really not easy to say what will be in 10 years, but how can I imagine it, right? So I see that there are changes, of course, but one thing. So AI now is, wow, AI, right? But no one talks about smartphone, internet, wow, internet. It was some 20 years ago. I think AI will be just norm, right? And no one will talk about that like this, probably. It will be just integrated into some processes, and we will just use it, right? But what I think that it will be, I think the human capabilities, collaborative skills will be very important, and people will go back to that, because we use AI, let's say, to learn some new things. I think schools will use more AI technologies to learn new things, like students learning about, I don't know, waves or mathematics, something like this. So there will be AI trainers, definitely, I think, and we are the one who are actually building these things, one of those in the world, right? So definitely yes. It will be part of the education, integrated in the education process, and students will learn with the AIs. But collaboration between humans, I think, will be probably top priority, I think, at schools, because people will go back and understand that, okay, now AI can do this and that and that. You can learn with the AI, but collaboration, it can be learned only human to human, because we are working with each other. So I think things like project-based learning, teamworks, collaborative, this will be more and more promoted in schools, which is, I think, is great, actually. So passive listening to teacher, I think it will disappear gradually. Just passive listening to the teacher.
Let's hope. Yeah, it sounds like a great vision, and let's hope that it will come to us and to our children. Thank you everyone for listening. Thank you to our speakers, and have a nice event.
Yes, thank you. Do you want to take a group photo? Okay. Yes, first photos for panelists, and then the others can join. I'll also join then. Okay. Thank you. Yes, so this was our last panel for today. So thank you for that. I'm really happy to see that it was actually on tech education, on STEM leadership. So that's a topic that definitely can wrap all this day up. So, but yeah, the time flew very, very fast. We had a lot of discussions, very interesting ones, very educational ones, inspiring ones. But now it's time to wrap up. So I will, to wrap things up, invite Anna Andersson and Alice Grenko again on the stage to maybe give us some reflections and final words.
Sharing is caring. All right.
Thank you, Elvir, for moderating the whole day.
All right,
let's go.
Yeah, let's go. First of all, thank you all for being here, for being with us, listening to our amazing speakers today. Many, many amazing stories and so many wonderful, powerful, inspiring people on this stage. Wow, thank you, Elvira. Yeah, we want to look very shortly to look back at what we've covered today and some golden nuggets that we heard. Lena mentioned in her keynote about keeping innovations close to home, meaning we have so many talents, we have so many bright minds, and innovations that has to be developed here in Latvia, and let's try to remember that and work on that. Then Anna Ramatestone, you have...
No, I was saying, yeah.
Yeah. Then Anna Ramatestone mentioned very important thing about don't falling into the trap of thinking that women are oppressed. We are not. We're strong and powerful. So diversity inclusion is important and no discrimination. It's not about the gender. It's about being open, right? And think beyond the gender. Iliana and her keynote, that was just wow. One of the main learnings was just say yes. Just say yes. What's the worst that can happen? Just say yes, step out of your comfort zone, and magic things are happening, right? And it's not bad to make mistakes sometimes. That's how you make friends, and that's how you learn, right? Laura Lokmane, big part of our community. She was talking quite a lot about challenging ourselves and stepping out of our comfort zones if we want to grow. And that community is power, right? That is what we're trying to develop.
Word.
Then there was this amazing conversation about the future of AI. Is it just rainbows and butterflies, or it's like a doomsday and what's gonna happen? But let's believe in butterflies. Let's believe in a beautiful future. And Antonina Bluodone also told very important thought and her belief that what matters is skills and competence and not the gender. So with this, I want to highlight that collaboration is important. Let's remember that. And probably Anna has more to...
I will surf the wave of collaboration that you mentioned. In the last discussion, we heard from Elchin about collaborative learning, peer-to-peer learning. So getting the classroom changing from one-way communication into everyone communicating and supporting everyone, which also is part of the community. And I loved what Professor Daniel mentioned, that the fun skills, the tech skills should move into schools. So out of school activities into school activities. And what Dana mentioned also about that it is not easy to learn those skills. Many of those skills are actually really hard. And it's not why we call them hard skills, but they are hard skills. But if we have the right motivation, if we see the right, if we see the results, if we can see why we should learn those skills, then we can do that. Just like driving, I like that comparison. So everybody has learned to drive, and I also think like everybody of us have learned to use smartphones. Maybe 30 years ago, people would be outraged and not believe that they could ever use smartphones on a daily basis. But we all have learned that. So there are skills that are out there. If we see the need for them, we can learn them. And from my side, I will wrap up getting back to the start of the day, to Anna Ramateston's point that you also mentioned, Alice, about women being strong, and just saying women, we can.
Yes,
like, we all can. So it's not about gender, it's about believing that we can. I think that sums it up pretty much for today, no?
Round of applause. Thank you.
Alice, thank you.